Ow. Mm. Mm. Woo! Woo! Yes! Damn, that shit good. Yes! Yes, baby, yes! Yes! Why do you need the delay in the first place? I honestly have forgotten by now. There's so many things that need to get set up. I think for some reason I had to delay my video, and if I delay my video, then I also have to delay my audio, so it's like, well, shit. There's some long-winded reason I did a while ago, but I don't even know why now, these days. I've just had it this way for so long, and it's just like, well, shit. Here we are. Guys, we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this game that we're playing. And I'm very excited. We are getting into the stromboli of the incident, let's just say that. Because I am an eco-science man. Because this case has a science boy in it. But me? Science man. Damn, that shit good. How about that Sora? I think that... Listen, I was not personally hyped, but he is a good end to the Smash DLC. He is a very good end. I will say that. He also looks fun to play. Always shut your mouth. He looks like Bayonetta. Which is literally the exact, like, opposite of what you want to fight against as a King Dedede. King Dedede is, like, that's my main, by the way. And Sora just looks like he could go to Pound Town on King Dedede. Ah. Once I'm done with my Pringles, we'll start. Ollie, what should I think there's a lot of characters in this case, right? I don't know what I'm gonna do for their voices, but we'll have to find out. I should make one of them like a sneaky snake, like, I'm a snake. That's how I talk. You guys have seen I'm a Snake, right? One of the oldest popular videos. A snake. I'm a snake. I'm a snake. Here, I'm gonna show you. Hang on. Shut up.
Snake. I'm a snake.
This is gonna be one of my voices for the characters.
I'm a snake. I'm a slithery little sneaky snake. I'm so slithery and sneaky because I'm a snake. Slithering in your garden, catching me a mouse. Snake. I'm a snake. Look into my eyes.
Isn't that awesome? You guys love that? I love that. So cool. Okay, well... I seem to be done with my Pringles. This case should be pretty obvious for voices. Okay, well that's good. I'm still gonna make one sound like that. I don't care. I do not care. I will make someone sound like, I'm a snake. I'm a snake.
Oui, oui, ho, ho, Eiffel Tower. Oui, oui, baguette, ho, ho. S'il vous plaît, mademoiselle, je m'appelle Nico Man.
Okay, let's get into it. You guys ready? Wait, what's wrong, Ollie?
Omelette du fromage.
Exactly. Precisely. I think there's a character you meet in day 2. You should save that voice. Wait, which one? The French one or the... I'm a snake. I'm a snake. Okay. A snaky little snaky snake. Shout out to Mario Kart Wii, real quick, before we go. Why does it gotta be so groovy? Why is it grooving so hard? Also, here's another question. Why does Mario Kart Wii have 2 credit themes? Why is it, what made it deserve that? It has credits 1 and credits 2. And credits 1's like a smooth vibe that I can just, ooh, I can lay down on the couch to this song. And then credits 2 is like, strap in, we're going to fucking Jupiter. And I love it. I just love the stark differences between the two. Here. Hang on. I'll, give me 1 sec. Hang on. Mario, yeah, okay. I'm gonna show you guys what I mean, okay? I'm gonna show you guys exactly what I mean. Yeah, right here, ready? So we got credits 1, right? Credits 1, it's just like no, wait. Almost nostalgic in a way. Makes you wanna just lay down and eat a whole loaf of bread, doesn't it? But then you go to credits 2. Like, what? Why does it go so hard? It's like, damn, bro, you gotta chill. Alright, let's play the game. I'm ready to play the game. Turn up my music real quick. Gotta get my voice warmed up. Me, la 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 la. Colonel. Colonel. I'm trying to sneak around. Okay, so I've heard from Ollie that this case is freaking bonkers crazy. And I'm very excited because it's also apparently the longest case in the game. That's right, the last case in the game is not the longest. So we're gonna have to strap in for several streams, but apparently it's juice. It's juice, this case is. Alright, give me 1 sec. I gotta get a couple more things up. We good? Yeah, we're good. I'm ready to rumble. Today our goal is to get through investigation day 1, so next stream we can go to trial. Because there's 2 days of trial. The return of the great departed soul. Let us begin. Indubitably. Episode 3, The Great Exhibition of London, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. No game audio, what?
Grand end
There we go.
of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
There we go.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park,
Hyde Park.
welcoming over 50 million visitors.
50 mil?
The
That's
last
a lot.
great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities,
No.
very few were aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who
Hi, Elysia.
earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
No. Someone died again?
And
How did
like
that
the
happen?
centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park.
I'm good, Ollie.
Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the crystal tower itself, brought
There
the
you go.
truth to light.
Nice. Good for him. Lizzie, we're on case 8 out of 10 now. Oh.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Absolutely packed with peanuts.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ooh. I saw Moon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
That's awesome. This guy looks like his name would be Robert Bingley. This guy. He looks like his name would be Robert Bingley. I don't know why. That's just the first thing that comes to my head when I see him. Okay, let's okay.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car.
Oh.
Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
Uh-huh.
A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Instantaneous kinesis machine? Now that's cool.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Yeah, I already know the blonde guy's name.
Whereupon his body will be
Science boy.
assembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Okay. I have noticed that this game doesn't have any actually like actual animated cutscenes, in a sense that like these are cutscenes, but they're not actually like drawn, like, you know what I mean? Like they, how do I describe them? They're not actually anime. These are just like what do you call it? Thingies, motion capture, whatever. Yeah. Animated? Well, yeah, but these are technically animated because they're moving, but they're not anime in this sense. A few moments from now.
Will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower! Yes, sir. Alright, Robert Bingley is about to, I assume, die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Robert Bingley. No, not Bingley. Is he okay? Alright. It's 22nd October, 9:36 a.m. Show sweet. Ryunosuke. Runo. No, that's not her voice. Runo, are you listening? Oh, no, not really. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it. Yeah, Sussy's not here. Sussy's still not here. She will come back, I assume. There's no, I mean, of course she has to come back. I just don't know when. No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. No, Waggy's not gone. Waggy is here with us, probably. Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Yeah, Hurley. Oh. I gotta remove his costume. But I'll do it in a second.
Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo?
I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together.
What? Why didn't you mention this before?
I, thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast?
Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim, so much that I didn't notice your presence.
Thanks.
Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations.
Huh?
Let's see, yes. For example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly can be deduced, therefore, that.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has ever since we first met, in fact.
Oh, really? How interesting. This doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Ha 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 ha!
Thanks again. Alright. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Every time it cuts to this animation, it's funny. You say something, Iris? Back to moping. What happened at the end of last case? We searched for the treasure in the room, and we found it. And it was a dog collar. Maybe a collar for the hound of a certain Baskerville. Because the case 5 of the first game was called the Hound of the Baskerville. It's all coming together. Back to moping.
Hi, Bruno.
What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? I still think she's not a goblin, but she is a reptoid. Is that what I called her last time? She's a reptile, right? Why are you forbidden from working in court? Okay, that's case 5 of the last game, Swiler. So, let me explain this. Case 2 of this game takes place before case 5 of the first game. It goes 4, 2 of this game, and then 5. We got banned from 5 because we fought for McGilded's innocence when he was guilty, and we like lied to the court and stuff. So yeah. So this is the first case after the pawnbrokery case. This is the first one after that. This is the first thing that's happened. In England, at least.
Oh, and the Great Exhibition is opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we go see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all.
So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Is that it? Uh-huh, I bet.
I don't remember hearing you're working on a case, Hurley.
Suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Alright, well, real quick, I'm just gonna save and then reload, because I want to take their costumes off, because I only wanted to have those for one case, because they're funny. So I gotta go back to the title screen real quick. So give me 1 second, and then we'll get started again. Because Sholmes looks great, don't get me wrong. He looks beautiful. Special contents. Taylor. I think that's what I need to go to, right? The tailor. And we need to take all these off. Let's get one more look at them, though. I mean, they're kind of cool. Okay, well, I mean, whatever. There, never mind. I already turned them off. I like Sholmes's. Start from, yes, go. Gaming. Hey, now he's in his actual outfit. Alright, converse. Event 6 months ago. I remember what happened 6 months ago. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl at a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Yeah, there's nothing he could have done.
Ward's found me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told that I had to spend my time in research and studies. That's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room. And the notes about Sholmes' old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo.
Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Nico, do you have daily bread? Probably not. I don't know. I do have daily cookies, because I'm a big cookie guy. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice, eh? Not my favorite fellow.
He's not mine either, but he's a man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. Is he the only one, really? I came to Britain to become a lawyer, the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. Great exhibition. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it?
The most advanced science, the most modern technology, and the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Yeah. Reptoid in the sky. Look down on, do you mean those things? Fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all.
That's true. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will be just common knowledge.
I mean, she is right. She is absolutely right. In 100 years, yes. Little did Iris know. I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Yeah, Science Boy got scammed. Censored England. It's so funny. Why do you censor England?
See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere.
I don't know about that. Great Exhibition newspaper added to the court record. Well, why is it called the court record if we don't know we're going to court? Shadows cast behind, is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Probably. Your gloomy mood. Are you investigating a particular tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes?
You could say that, I suppose.
Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it?
Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo! You must not discuss it here. Never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah!
It really is a case that... Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions.
You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, stop being smart.
Never mind. Once I've had my cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene.
Huh. That was a deep sigh. You alright, bud? Let's see what's in the room today. Ah, there's the Stradivari. Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous?
Yes, it's a Stradivarius. I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo.
If I were to save up for 100 years, I mean, if we would have just taken the like 1,000 guineas or whatever from Mr. McGilded when he offered it to us, I think we could have bought one, but no. We had to reject it.
Oh, what would you buy then?
I really have no idea. I think I'll have to do it so I can find out. Yeah. Okay, well. I think we just... Do we present? Do we move? I assume I have to examine something. Examine back. Okay, yeah. Oh, I didn't even read it. The Great Exhibition of All Nations. Eyes on the world are on the Crystal Tower. London, Crystal Tower. First test of matter transport device. There's the science boy. 10 pages, 1 penny. London, Britain, and the Industrial Revolution. Tower garners worldwide acclaim. Industrialization, a retrospective. Back page. Ooh. The Reaper attacked? What? Aim to intimidate a man of justice. King Christian VIII reverses ruling, awards prize to Mitchells? Lord Van Zykes and compatriot cornered? What? Lost cat? Oh, now we're getting in. Wait, now we're getting into this. There's a lost goblin? St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Public health. Okay. Lord Van Zykes and compatriot cornered? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Runo?
Who? The Reaper attacked? That's Lord Van Zykes. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? What? What's going on back there? Why are we not talking about Lost Cat? That's way more important than Van Zykes getting spoopled. Van Zykes didn't get... I don't think he... Maybe someone tried to kill him, but he's not dead, I can guarantee that. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. Yeah. He is the lost... Is he like Saseki, where he's like, I am a cat? Probably. The Reaper attacked. What happened? It says in the paper that Lord Van Zykes was attacked. That's terrible.
You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact.
Yes, Prosecutor Barrack Van Zykes. Uh-oh. My man.
They say that the Reaper... the clap of his ass cheeks, there's no salvation for whoever's on the dock.
Even if the defendant is found not guilty, they will perish. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short.
London's finest rogues always find a way around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I've seen that Reaper's retribution at work.
Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity...
They're a fraternity. Don't use that word, Sholmes. Yo, what's up to Criminal Delta Phi? We just like committing crimes and being silly and hang out with the boys.
The leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper. Retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels.
So, Do you mean Lord Van Zykes has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time?
He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know.
Does he know jujitsu?
He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. It seems that his ass... Although, it seems his ass was quite armed and ready this time for the clappage.
How do you think he survived? He clapped them with his cheeks. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zykes hurt?
My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Look at those dead, vacant eyes. Look at the... Do you see anything going on behind this face? I don't see anything. Those are some vacant eyes right there. The lights are on, but nobody's home in that head.
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zykes and his condition. All will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition.
What?
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then.
No, I can't wait until tomorrow.
In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know.
But who? Lord Strongheart. Yeah, we're gonna have to go talk to him and be like, hey, we need to talk about what's going on right now. Oh, he's ready. He changed in like 3 seconds.
Well, I must be leaving now.
Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha, you really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow.
What?
You seek to put off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought had not crossed my mind.
No, the thought had not crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you are going.
Well then, see you later indeed.
Alright, bye. Bye-bye. Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. Oh my god! The full fucking goblin! That's a reptoid that just appeared in front of me. Who is that?
Oh, well, fellas. Well, let's go defeat the darkness. The door to darkness, you say?
Right then, Bruno, let's get going.
Why do you look like that? Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? It's her logic and reasoning deducing outerwear. Duh, Rinosuke.
I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
Huh? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well that sounds fun too.
Don't point that at me.
You're going to take me there then.
Jeez. There's a reptile threatening me right now. Oh my god. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon. He's gonna shoot me.
Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go see the Great Exhibition.
Alright, I bet. Alright, well let's go talk to, I assume, Strongheart. Strongboy. Strongman. Is it just me, or does Iris's outfit look like something like an armor set out of Breath of the Wild or something? 22nd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Okay, this guy has the deepest voice out of any voice I do, so this is gonna be hard. It's been about 6 months now since I was here last. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding that I always seem to feel in this place. What are you doing, little goblin? What are you doing, you little goblinarium? Oh my, she's just reading a book next to the giant the broadsword. The two-handed broadsword. Just reading. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Alright.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Are you sure you can take those off the shelf? Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Yes, we did. And Sasibaka was here. When Sasibaka was given the news that she was to return to Japan.
Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me.
Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well?
Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
No, not at all. It's like nothing more than standing around. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space.
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in his grand office to understand his preeminent status. He's pretty cool.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Okay. He literally has birds living in his office. He's inside. Imagine if you had your office in Big Ben. How like that puts you. I think you're just cooler than the Queen of England. You're just cooler. I mean, Queen may have more power, but you're cooler. Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. And actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Probably about, Van Zykes, I assume.
Oh no. Just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Okay. I will. Permission to work, please. I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened. But the thing is, I'm trying to pay attention to, like, how he moves. He's being weird. I feel like I haven't seen this animation at the same time I have, because he messes with his clock all the time. He's the literally tick-tock clock boy. It made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Ugh. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office right now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
What's his, Care to elaborate?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? I mean, the title of the song is literally Samurai on a Mission, so he's clearly on a mission.
I
don't know, Ollie.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean?
Yes. My outfit is loud! My hair is loud! As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Hey, yo. Thank you.
Arigato gozaimashita!
You're welcome.
That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please tell me more. Let's talk about the forensic... No, let's talk about the Forensic Science Symposium.
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what is known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly! The future of policing!
I know, he said it like actually in the first game though. He's like,
If you want to win a case, I'm gonna need to see your resolve.
that's literally what he said.
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming. That's true.
Exactly! It's extremely alarming!
Iris keeps getting scared.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure that the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry.
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now!
Huh? Is this like Zote's 50 precepts or whatever? Are we getting into these? Huh?
Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. I was...
His mouth is moving. Oh, it's because... Are we passing out? Are we okay? Did I die? Am I dead?
And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful. I like that mission. That's a good mission.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
She's reading. She got bored like a while ago. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Curious affair. You described it as a curious affair.
Yes, that's right. I believed it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no, I was not.
Yes, I read about it.
How'd you know about it, you goblin?
A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
A devil may cry? Hmm? Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman.
What? Odie Asman? Odie Asman. Oh, die as man. The last part is man, that's for sure. Odiasman? Odiasman? I don't know. Odias. Odias? Odious? Odious? Yeah, I mean yeah, I wouldn't have figured that out on my own probably. Because odious is not a word that I use in my vocabulary.
An investor and well-known figure in society.
A large explosion?
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow.
Okay.
On the charge of murder.
Huh? Murder? What?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
The Great Exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong. And
Murder.
I feel out of my depth before I've even started still.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think, Runo?
Definitely.
Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh. With Lord Van Zykes? Mm-hmm. Do you care to elaborate? You want to continue that thought? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this?
The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story?
The Reaper...
The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zykes would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely. He sucked all their blood. He went... He slurped all the exhibition guests out. He sucked them dry. Van Zykes' condition. How's he doing?
Fortunately, Lord Van Zykes emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians.
Is that how you say that? Ruffians?
Are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
I'd like to think that, like, Van Zykes knows ninjutsu. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zykes. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom,
He still died.
the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
It was Robert Bingley, wasn't it? But you're not suggesting that that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman. Oh, Mr. Odie Asman.
Did you say Asman?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me! Try me!
Why do you use Lord Van Zykes as a prosecutor?
Let me think about that with my watch.
All the criminals who managed to get off the court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. Not all of them. I guess Saseki got away. But he ran away. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zykes first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zykes work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, he's got some fat ass cheeks, dude. Have you seen those things? It's like 2 golden delicious apples down there. Let me get a let me get a bite. Any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
That doesn't make any sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zykes may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
Okay.
Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours. What's up, Prince? How you doing? 11 hours late? That's quite something.
That meeting had already started when I arrived here, for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zykes now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. Can we go to Van Zykes' office? Right, I'll go ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now! I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands.
He looks very dismissive and angry. He looks like a tsundere right now. He's like, it's not that I like you or anything, baka. Yes, of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Okay. How have I been? I'm doing great, Prince. I'm playing a fun game and I'm having a good time. Let's go to prison first. The prosecutor's office is going to be hype. Hey, bud, what are you doing in there? He's reading a brochure. Hello, science boy. How you doing? The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. I've actually heard this guy's voice, so I might try to imitate it. Hey, bud.
Who are you?
I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer.
A lawyer?
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? What would you be here? About the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? I'm sorry, I don't...
Yesterday's demonstration? That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Okay, I gotta nail this guy's voice down.
Ah.
That's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while. This is Arnold from the Magic School Bus.
Please be a normal field trip. With the frizz? No way!
With the frizz? No way. That's probably not a good time to mention you. Yeah. Let's talk with him. Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
Papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, the man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you could interpret the results as if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes right in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However,
the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished.
Yes, can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is immutable, the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see. I don't like it when Iris looks directly at me. It's just weird. Those are so... She's staring straight through my soul right now. In her Mickey Mouse Clubhouse looking ass.
Ellie and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
Damn, bro, you got the whole squad laughing. How exactly?
See, now she looks normal. Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by?
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and then they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then, they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen.
The machine must be protected.
The machine must be protected at all costs.
What do you guys think? Do you like? Do you like his voice? Do you like what I'm giving Hairbrain, or should I change it up? Because if we're gonna change it, we have to decide now, I assume. I mean, we literally did hear his voice, so we know what he sounds like. But then again, we also heard Van Zyke's voice. And I do not voice the same voice as what he sounds like. Because Van Zyke sounds like,
the prosecution the prosecution refuses to accept this evidence.
Nah, I can't do it. Man, you talk a lot for a guy in kinesis particle transportation distance. I see now. Okay, well, that is good. We got a lot of information out of that. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes! Oh, rather no. The devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? And it's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare imagine it! Dare to dream of such incredible technology! Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again! Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in a mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Partisan Theater, say! The possibilities are endless! The whole of our vast planet would be within reach! There's no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. Ha, that's funny, because he did that. Ha, ha, that's a reference. Ha.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
What? My word, that's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? It's like the Spy Kids 2 quote. We didn't stop to think. We don't. Wait, what is it? No, the Spy Kids 2 quote is, do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he has created? And I'm scared of what God has created, both here and here, because we have two. I don't know. We have Arnold from Magic School Bus and Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's what I was trying to say. You were so occupied with whether or not you could, you didn't stop to think whether or not you should. That's what I was trying to say.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment.
The fly in the ointment. Why is a fly in the ointment? How do you get in there? And then first of all, how do you get in there? Second of all, this is 1890. Do they have ointment? Was ointment invented? Probably. They were probably like rubbing themselves with sweet mustard and saying, "Ah, yeah, your rash will go away in a couple days. Just take this." It's like honey mustard.
It's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes!
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says that the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman. Okay. The victim who died yesterday in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The victim. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman. Odious man, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in the laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then.
Only for scientific research. I'm so envious.
You're literally 10. Do you know how taxes work? Do you, Iris? Do you? You probably do. You're actually a genius.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition.
If that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Oh my gosh. I love voicing these characters, but sometimes it's difficult. Mr. Asman provided me with the money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
I like how quickly he changes animations. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never have ever thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Can you believe him, though? That's the thing. Can you believe him? Great exhibition newspaper. Let's present this, see what he says. How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower is greatly damaged, too. I know what happened! It must have been that! That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. Man was just sucking down weens, like weenies. Like it was nothing. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. Oh, it's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. He's Science Boy. Science Boy. I assume we just move now, because we can't do anything else. Hey, yo. Maybe we can. Oh, fascinating, yes! In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. No, your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh, really? What's that? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one's too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. All right. Well, I assume we just go to Van Zyke's office. Uh-oh. What's this gonna look like? Oh my god. This looks like case 1-5. The office in case 1-5 of the chief of police. Gant's office. This looks like Gant's office. Chess, of course he has a chessboard. Does he have a jacket of his? He has a whole cupboard dedicated to wine glasses. Oh, it's funny.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Purr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that him? Oh. Excuse me? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. Who are you?
What are you doing here?
Is this the snake character, Ollie? The snake. What are you doing here? No, this isn't the snake.
What are you doing here?
I like to imagine this guy's evil. He's cloaked. He's like a...
What are you doing here, my goblin?
Ugh. Oh, hey, bud. You look good today. I'm a snake. I'm a sneaky little sneaky snake. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well.
I am.
That's good. Care to elaborate? So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? He's being punished?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh.
That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper.
He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Tutelage? That's such a fun word. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers?
The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself.
What are you smoking reefer, Van Zykes?
Assuming, that is, that such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
Okay. Well, good discussion. Yeah, but he's the Reaper. Everyone knows him as the Reaper. Lord Strongheart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack.
True, carried out by a henchman of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odie Asmon.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities. Colonel.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong.
Excuse me, my hollowed rumblings seem to be acting up again.
Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Whenever Van Zykes doesn't say anything and just has an explanation point, I just imagine that he's holding in a fart. He's bracing.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. That's true.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
Have we officially done that? I mean, we didn't present it to him.
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert.
Albert? Einstein?
Albert Hairbrain.
Okay, well, I didn't see his full name yet, had I? Had I seen his full name? I don't think I had. Probably? I don't know. I just knew him as Hairbrain. As, Dr. Hairbrain or whatever. Professor Hairbrain. I just knew him as Science Boy, Ollie. What do you expect of me? That's right, do you know him by chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
How old are you? 33 and 33. Yes, indeed. You're...
What?
Your contemporary. I understand that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
So you were students together?
I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. though I've not met him since my university days.
So, over 10 years ago? Damn.
I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
That is not a nice face, Van Zykes. That is very rude of you. That is not a nice face. Stop that. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know, because the prosecution is me. Will be handled by me.
Why? Can't you just hand this off to someone who's not your friend? But you made it as though if you sound friends.
We are friends, it's true.
Why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
Excuse me. My rumblings.
What's Lord Van Zykes thinking?
He's like, don't fart.
The Reaper's identity. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean.
Well, Saseki hasn't, and Gina hopefully hasn't.
Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
Bro, how are you saying this after, like, the last 4 cases you've been in? You've prosecuted against innocent people. But that's not true of Mr. Natsumi, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
No, it was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believed it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Hey, that's probably good. He's just a marketing tactic. To market being a good boy.
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say?
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose.
Pseudonym? Yeah, that's right. No advertising major on him. He's just a marketing scheme. He's like a figurehead, but he doesn't actually do anything. He's like the Mandarin from Iron Man 3. You guys know that? You guys ever seen Iron Man 3? It's like the terrorist guy is just like a dude chilling out in a room, and he doesn't exist, and he is only made to exist so he can scare people into doing what they want, even though if they do what he wants, they won't actually get hurt. You know what I'm talking about. All right, maybe not.
I adopt it gladly and with honor.
Are you talking about the Reaper? Okay, yeah. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. You clearly don't know that he knows ninjutsu, okay?
If that is my fate, let God decide.
That is not a good reason, but alright, Van Zykes. Lord Van Zykes. Okay, well. I want to show my badge. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but
what is it exactly?
It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least.
And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor?
Oh, well, I don't know. It's kind of cool.
I can understand at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt.
No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. I get an achievement for that? Alright. Cool. Lord Van Zykes, about the article in this paper.
Ah, yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea that I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. This man. This distinguished gentleman. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it?
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about it? Hmm?
Maybe. Your apprentice.
Alright. Well, yeah, what are you going to tell us?
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor.
I like how he uses tutelage frequently.
So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo.
Not quite. I'm not trying to become a dumbass. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
Good for him. It looks like he was wearing some kind of mask. He was. COVID-19. In 1890.
On Lord Strongheart's orders.
Oh.
Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. That's very sussy baka of you. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, that is literally terrifying. Holy crap. Jesus. Oh my god. Hey, bud. You are terrifying. You look like an animatronic straight out of Five Nights at Freddy's. That's what when I look at this, I see. That's what I see. He looks like something that would like open its mouth like really wide and chomp down on me. Apprentice. I'm a snake. Ah. I'm a snake.
The task is complete. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs.
Hey, yo. Are you okay? I don't like the way he's looking at me. He's not even looking at me. That's just scary, though. That's just freaking terrifying. Nice to meet you? Does he have hollowed rumblings, too? Excuse me, I'm a snake. I'm a little sneaky but sneaky. Oh, just goodbye. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Wait.
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice, anyway?
We're not really. It's just like he's just being weird. He's being a sussy baka. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. That wouldn't make any sense. That's literally impossible, though.
Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man, is he faring well?
You mean Saseki? Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters.
Ah, Mr. Nasumi, you mean? Okay.
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
That's fine. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by International Post only the other day.
I see.
More rumblings.
Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Saseki-san after a Nipponese. Interesting, yeah, that is odd. I'm not sure whether I feel happy about that or worried. That is interesting. That he's asking of all people.
I never imagined that Mr. Reba would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Runo? That's a big turn-up for the books.
A mad scientist? Oh, you mean Professor Harebrained. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Ben Sykes, I think. Look at the fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there.
Oh. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you still crush them in your hand and throw them into the courtroom gallery.
And yet you throw them around in court like they're worthless. Yeah.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes.
Oh.
Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile.
I'm defiling the work. You literally are a safety hazard in the court, man's like. So, it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Okay. Real quick. I'll be right back. I have to use the little ladies' room. Because this entire water bottle, it's huge, and I already drank it all. So I might need to get more water, too. So I'll be back in, like, 2-3 minutes, okay? Sound good? Baby? I'll turn on my headset mic.
Actually, I'm gonna turn it off, because... yeah, private info going down. In the Nico... I've got some hollowed rumblings myself, if you don't catch my drift. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some water now. Hello, stream! I'm walking this way! Bye-bye! Enjoy the music, enjoy the tunes. It's me, the Nico Man. Oh, chat, what a great day to play some Ace Attorney. And also, dude, I'm not even joking. I did not expect that caped man to be so terrifying. He's a poisonous snake. He's got some venom in that bite. Why does he look like that? That's my question. Why do you look like that? Why do you look? Why do we look? Why do we look with our eyes? Something to think about. I'm filling up my Brita. Because everybody knows that the house becomes a home when the Brita filter is full. True facts from the Nico Man. A house only becomes a home when the Brita is full. Okay. I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Watashiwa. Okay. We are all ready to go. Chess. Lord Van Zyke's desk. Look. So stylish. Very stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? Maybe. I thought that, like, the Asian version was Go. Isn't there a game called Go? Go is also a game? But it's not like chess. Okay, never mind. You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zyke sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Yeah, Bruno. You silly baka. You silly little baka. Okay, I'm just making sure there's nothing else I can examine in here. We can go over here. A giant exhibition, like, set.
Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
That... You're telling me he made a realistic model because he didn't have enough time? You know how long it would take to build something like this? Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. No, I highly doubt that.
Oh, surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah!
You Nipponese. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved.
I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Is it just me, or are these symbols the same as the one on the collar of the Baskerville? I could be wrong, and I don't want to know if I'm right, but I feel like we've seen that. Who's this distinguished gentleman? That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Ooh. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zyke's facial features. That's Van Zyke's? Excuse me?
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, Van Zyke's, you're ugly. You're a stinky, ugly baby. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered his artist to make him look more attractive when they painted him. I was literally going to say, who's this distinguished gentleman? Napoleon?
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me.
Oh, okay.
Surely that's immediately obvious.
Oh, then who is it? Your daddy? Granddaddy? You don't want to say? Come on, man. He's got bats? What is this, a Scooby-Doo episode? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? They were bats.
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. He was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must not be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Is there anything else? Candles? Barrels? Is this where he gets his wine, out of these barrels? Is this his stash? Look at all those ancient casts lining the wall here. Casts in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? No, they're barrels. You don't think all those people who have escaped conviction in the court are lying inside them? Dead, do you? Iris, like, slowly went...
What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man?
He called me man. Not his learned friend.
This is my collection of fine vintages.
Vintages are... A vintage is either a bottle, but it's when the bottle was dated or bottled is the vintage. I know that from wine class. Oh yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Bruno and I were just musing it to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot.
Okay, bud. What are you doing? I just want to make sure there's nothing else I can examine. Because I don't think we can examine anything else. Okay. What are you doing, Mr. You're literally a Five Nights at Freddy's robot. You scare me. It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. You think perhaps he's dead? I mean, we just saw him stand up. If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? I mean, rigor mortis. Maybe he would. Hey, you have not played some of the other cases in the series, Iris, clearly. It's not a spoiler because I'm not going to specify which one it is. He's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. He's not dead. Okay, well, that's great. I think that's everything then. Right? Ollie, if I missed something, just tell me. I assume let's move now. I'm going to go back to prison. I can't even think of a case where a person dies while sitting. And it's important to the case. Well, why can't you think of that, Ollie? Hurry up and think of that. Hurry up and think of that, Ollie. Hi, Science Boy. How you doing? The Reaper's varsity years. Hey, yo. Was he a football player? Sounds like it. Whenever I think of varsity, I think of... It's me! Lord Van Zykes, captain of the football team. Varsity captain football team. I understand Lord Van Zykes is a friend of yours from your university days. Oh, yes, that's right. He was studying law. I gotta remember this guy's voice. He was studying law I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barrett Van Zykes. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Bruno. No, Ollie, that's not the case. That's not the case I'm thinking of. Talk about a leading question, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he's a little darling of the Van Zykes family. What does this guy's voice go like again? I'm trying to think of his voice in the cutscene. Electric power will be brought to the baby. The boats will take to the skies. After all, he's a little darling of the Van Zykes family. Those great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Mezikes will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Okay. So can we defend you, though? So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor of your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4! I swear it! Yes, it's true that a man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still! I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years! I'm a man of science! It's all I know! You have to believe me, please! Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis?
Dubious hypothesis, getting up to mischief. This is no good.
Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. All right, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright, let's go. Ooh. What's going on here? 22nd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Ooh. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I've felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden over on 3 times, too. Well, it's because you're a little goblin. You're a little reptoid. You little Mickey Mouse looking ass. What are you doing? That's your fault. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Don't let go. We finally made it through the throngs through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Give her a piggyback ride? Well, I would, but I don't get to decide that. Through throngs, though. Yeah. Who? What's that? Brash! 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 What is it doing? That's offensive! I can hear voices up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Oh! Gina! Boyra, boyra, boyra. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll wrist you in a minute. Oh yeah, go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, you know it. Jenny! Wait, I know those voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach us some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Jenny. Oh, Iris. Yoo-hoo! Grexy! What are you doing up there? Also, I like this. I like the bunnies on her bag. One of Holmes or Sholmes and one of Iris. What are you doing up there? Yoo-hoo!
Gregson's like, oh no, not these, not these people. Ah! Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship! Does that make her 3 times a lady? Yes, it does actually. She's 3 ladies in one body.
Not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I've wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship! You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, Inspector of Scotland Yard. Oh yeah, I forgot we haven't met him in this game yet. But we totally have. We totally met him in case 2. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Oh, okay. Because he got suspended too? Okay. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. There are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine! Sorry? What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case! Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Hello, Mario. Is it really that troubling?
Who? Ha! Measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? Ginny! Hi, Ginny! You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. Bro, can I have my coin back? Please.
You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. Ginny, stop that.
This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat now, do ya?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
I didn't know where to talk to a lady, Odo. After years a long time, people can change, you know. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Hey, yo! Gregsy Gina duo? Poggy Champy Maximum?
You have to call me what everyone else does. Inspector Lestrade now. 997.
What? Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector pause isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. But what it's worth, anyway. Investigating this. I love how when he scratches his neck, like up here, his chips are just like, they're just being held by his like neck fat. Like, where did his chips go? They're not in his hand. I can see his palm right there. There's nothing in there. But what it's worth, anyway, investigation's off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean? Jenny?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold down the fort here, alright? Right, sir? Right, sir? Ooh. This raises a lot of questions. Not that many. A couple. Not dancing, bro. What's going on, Ginny? What's going on? About Gina.
I heard you, Ginny.
It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realised I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds something out of a book, huh? Something out of a book? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Talk about a sea change. And there's Iris' old man. The Iris' old man to think about. Iris' father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops and look for him. It's a small promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet. Anyway, that's how I come and had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. That's how I come. She is so. I'm not used to reading her lines. So anyway, that's how come I go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? It's a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. Hurley, the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. Ollie, can I get a reading? Google, show me this guy's balls. Meow, meow, meow. What does that mean, Ollie? Magnanimous. Is that not what it says? Magnanimous? Am I wrong? Okay, Ollie, be like that. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Bruno? What? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. You were there. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Cool. You don't half worry, Otto. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Yeah. I like her new animations. I'll say that.
He's all like, I am Inspector today.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. I mean, her design is basically the same, Ollie, but it's just like a few animations thrown in there. Nothing wrong might be stretching the point. What about Mr. Natsumi in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Yeah, she is smiling a lot. Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I can't be worried. I'm totally fine. It looks like she's actually wearing like new clothes and not stuff that hasn't been washed in 4 years. She has a new portrait. Hey, yo. What's she doing? Mostly reformed pickpocket who's now a self-appointed detective inspector. She's really making waves in her new apprenticeship. I don't know about that. She's probably gonna steal. She's gonna kidnap the King of England. Yesterday's incident. Oh, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly he started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? I heard you, boiler. Yeah, of course. The boss in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregsy, I suppose. It's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is I'm on duty. And I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No! You were so lucky, Ginny! Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. No, you're too smart for that. You know what? You are a little goblin. What I don't understand, Iris, is why you have such a big brain up there, and yet you choose to use it for evil instead of good. She chooses to use it for mischief. Yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You've had no trouble at all. And it's settled. When do I start? When do I start? I'm pretty sure have labor laws been enacted yet? Nah, she can work. It's fine. She's good. She could, yeah. Child labor laws, nah, we don't need them. Nah. When do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how could Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. The body was actually transferred? How the hell? What? It was? How can it have been? What? Okay. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and all that whopping great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there? Hey, yo. That'd be a crazy murder setup? Maybe. Ollie, maybe. What? In the tower? You see for yourself, can't ya? Up above the scaffold. Oh, where the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air, whatever, and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and out of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, and I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. The sketch of the experiment has been entered into the court record. Okay. Wow, diagram. I'm a big diagram fan. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. Yeah, what?
For what it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us.
No, probably never. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Yeah, naughty old Gregsy. Blech. Get back here, Gregsy. Alright, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday.
Oh, what? Are they deeming it an accident?
Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
No, you're not getting it. We aren't allowed to investigate neither.
Why?
What did the boss call him again? Forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, ain't it?
So even Scotland Yard's own detective can't investigate? Yes. I've never heard something like that before. Interesting.
Thought I could have a gander in the quiet, though. Boss caught me at it. Probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, you were saying you're gonna shove his chips down his throat. That's a threat.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's about them. I think it's all them chips that will make him so stubborn. Say something to him, Odo. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Regsy will listen to us.
Okay, can I move to the... Can I go up there? Or do I have to examine it? Oh. Interesting.
British!
Balloon? This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what the policeman I just spoke to said.
What? She just knows this? I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. Soon you'll have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time for you to get used to our measurements.
America says, bruh. It's 2021. America says, yeah, bruh. America be like, what the hell is a centimeter? Yes, well, this thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. Ooh. I feel like it probably applies here. I see. What else can I examine? The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. Yeah, it's too... Look at the budget on that. Also, Iris, aren't you like... That doesn't... Your gear doesn't look comfortable. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, that seems like a lot of weight to put on your 10-year-old head. Aren't your, like, bones still forming or something? I don't know. Are you a malleable little baby?
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may as well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower's shut.
Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to get up in a balloon now.
Ollie, question. Have you seen that video I sent you on TikTok the other day? Where it's 2 floppas? Like the cats, and one's Herlock and one is Iris. 2 big floppas? Because if not, you need to watch it right now. It's very funny. 2 big flops. I'm sure. Also, yeah, Ollie, you need to watch it right now. Go to your TikTok and look at the... I think I sent you a couple Ace Attorney videos. Londoners must be very patient people. Yeah, maybe. And what if they are, huh?
That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the wooden scaffold over there? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers or lads set up that after the incident happened. Get the boy down, I think. Don't know really.
Hmm. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, look out duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. Maybe. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged the gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? No, but I don't know how he did it otherwise. That's the thing. I don't think he did that, but it also doesn't make sense if he didn't. Hey, bud. What are you doing over here? Exhibition? Stairs? These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Okay. Hey. Killer Whale Splatoon. Great exhibition grounds. Experimentation stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up?
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
Have you committed terrorist acts against the state, Iris? Have you blown up things? You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang.
Really?
In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
I mean, they're that, yeah, in a way. That might explain the spell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building.
That? You would go to jail for that.
I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
I don't know if I wish I was. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's about enough of that. It's time to investigate.
Okay. Gregsy. Oh, look, Inspector Gregson's over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something. Whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. It's about to go. The music's about to go. Dun 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 ding. Dun 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 dun. Watch, ready?
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Oh, it's Gregsy's song. Dang it! I'm wrong! Oh, man. Gregsy. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
How much you want to bet that... I don't know, I'd have to see the body. But, like... What if this guy... Since he's like a criminal like McGill did... if he actually is a bad guy... Maybe he tried to fake his own death? And he just, like, tried to use this machine? Because he funded it. Well, maybe. Just a theory.
That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
You literally write 800-page novels. And, like, know the fabrics that hold together this universe. What do you mean? Why are you playing stupid now? I know you're just a reptoid. I know underneath those eyelids, there's scales. If you look very carefully, right there on the left eye, you can see scales peeking out from under her eyelid. Because she's a reptoid. She's not of this earth. A child when it suits you, you mean? Yeah, exactly.
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this...
Ah, stop! Don't touch that!
Aha! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over here now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
Oh, sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Oh.
Good.
Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Yeah, how's your tea, buddy? I don't know. We're representing Professor Harebrine in court tomorrow, Inspector. We should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ah, listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's a blasted special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. Driving me potty.
It's driving you potty? Me too, dude. Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
What? We're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy?
I farted. Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
We're gonna touch something. We're gonna touch everything. She really knows how to get what she wants. Yeah, he's a child. With a genius brain. and giant hair lumps. William Turner. William Turner. Interesting. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before you get strung up. I get strung up myself, you hear?
I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? No.
Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
Hey, yo. Wait, hang on. This is gonna be important. Wait. Look at the base of the machine there. Okay, so it's like on the ground here.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of the capital letter A.
For Albert. Is it? Oh yeah, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said.
Yeah, we're gonna touch something.
Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung on myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry, I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. Yeah, if I touched it a teeny bit, you could get mad at me, but it was only a teeny weeny bit.
Well, Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious. I'm Iris, and I'm curious. I'm such a little curious little goblin.
Of course, your ladyship, you're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like that. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly.
Okay.
On my honor as a Scotland Yard member.
He's gone off with it. Now let's touch everything.
Humph. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in the next month's installment now.
What? So she is a blackmail. Like, she actually is like she runs these streets. She will threaten you. And she will act on her threats if you challenge her. She's like a mob boss. Or Gregsy. Can't we touch everything now, though? Maybe? I know I can scroll up, I just want to make sure there's... Ferris wheel? I just want to make sure there's nothing I can investigate first. What's that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people rotting inside those little cabins that you can see.
Huh? Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? It looks completely still. Yeah.
Yes, that's because it's turning slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you're mad enough to go in one, would it be more fun to whiz around? It would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Naruhodo. I just want to break into an amusement park and just crank the Ferris wheel to full speed and just go nuts. That's what I want to do. Yo, first date idea. I'm just saying. Hey, girl, I'm gonna take you on a night that you'll never forget.
Oh my gosh, this is so romantic, Nico. Wow, a night riding the Ferris wheel under the stars.
Yeah, I know. What can I say? But watch this. I got a little surprise for you. And she's like, oh my god, what is it? There were 18 casualties that day. No survivors. If you're mad at it. But I do agree, it would be more fun to whiz around fast.
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno.
Maybe. Just around in circles. Ooh, killer whale, Splatoon. Balloon. Those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London? I always thought a day would come when humans would discover how to fly. Yeah. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from a colorful floating Tamari handballs. Was it? Okay, the Wright brothers in like 1903 or whatever, right? Was that the first non-powered flight? Or am I wrong? Or what did they do? They did the flight of something. But this is 1890 and there's hot air balloons, so they're flying clearly. Ollie, do you know this off the top of your head?
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please.
The first motorized flight? Oh, I see. But being perfectly honest, I'd like to try it. Well, then what are hot air balloons? Because, well, I mean, I guess it's not a motor. It's definitely burning hot gas up there, though. Without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh, well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
He's got a point. He's got a point. Yeah. Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Yeah. The amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo.
Are you sure you're not supposed to put it down the alley on Port Mackerel? Because that's what I did.
It was set up to beam people into the crystal tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looked, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
Nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Have I investigated everything? Is this everything? Ollie, did I do everything? Because I can't rotate. Is that it? That's it? Really? That's it? I missed some stuff downstairs? Okay, so like I have to leave this spot, right? Hi, Gregsy. Oh, you're back, bud. I mean, I could talk to him. Do I need to talk to him? I think I do. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game rather than the odd spot at public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see?
That's true. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way.
The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists right at the moment.
Okay.
What sort of rights?
Wait, am I reading that right? The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights. Okay, rights. Okay, yeah.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories their brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling to read this in these accents. It's taking 200% of my focus. Oh, I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department in the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
A forensic investigation team?
Any old fool who can see that this heap of scrap metal was a slam to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it!
Poor Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he?
Yeah. Special dispensation. I don't think I've ever seen the word dispensation used. I mean, it makes sense, but like, who says that? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act, Doolittle. Ah!
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, if I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, they have the guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
Hey, yo. What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Yeah, although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself.
Why am I a shammer? I'm not a shammer.
I mean, I'm a sham wow. You guys remember those ads for sham wows? It can pick up any spill. Sham wow. Thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
Really?
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry, tourism? I don't know.
Thanks to another of our government's brightest ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
So you get money. So all these people are trying to be scammers. Okay, a research grant. Maybe the guy who died, maybe he was after money or something? But he funded it in the first place. That's weird. The scientists get funding?
Exactly, and that's where they're all at, what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. You can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Oh, my voice is getting tired, you guys. I really like doing voices for characters, though. It's fun. Apparently, Professor Harebrained lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right, came back to Britain especially for the great exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. He went to college with Van Zyke. Van Zyke. And Van Zyke was captain of the football team. And Harebrained was like, "What? You're too good for me? Your best friend of 17 years? You're always acting all high and mighty. Can't you just treat me like your real friend? Can't we just forget about those 18 murders? Those unsolved murders I've been accused of? Me, your best friend?" About his time in further education, it turns out he was at university with someone we both know, Lord Van Zykes.
Ah, what's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zykes mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is
Sealed, because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zykes, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that.
Oh yes, Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right, but glad to hear it, but Still the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The mystery of the Reaper.
The victim of this case, the investor Mr. Assman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Ah. Lord Barack Van Dyke is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about the jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zykes initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached, that he's not involved, probably, is that Lord Van Zykes is in no way related to the deaths of these people outside the courtroom.
Then who's killing them? Who's going spooky? Who's going boink, 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 boink?
Who's stabbing him?
There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
A certain Reptoid? No.
Iris? Iris! Iris!
She's a cheeky little gremlin, isn't she? That's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants could have just coincidentally died and if nobody killed them. No.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? The whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zykes was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. I cannot see that.
You what?
You what? What?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. You have any idea what it was?
What?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself somewhere else, eh?
Iris, don't look at me like that. Those are the eyes of a killer right there. That is a reptile in a human's body. Ready to strike. I guarantee in like 3 seconds from now, it's just like an 8-foot tongue is just gonna come out of her mouth like blah! And she's gonna rampage through the city. And she's gonna crawl off like a goblin. Alright, well. Very nice. Okay, so I have to move back down, right, Ollie? Wait. How do I go back down? No, how do I go back down? Ollie, how do I leave? How do I leave? Examine stairs? Where are the stairs? There's stairs? Or leave to a different place and come back? Let's go to prosecutor's office. I like the... Oh! Why is he standing like that? What are you doing there, bud? He stands unmoving in his sheer focus. Is this guy still over here? Just big chill. Can I read what he was writing? Where did he go? Van Zykes, what's going on, dude? I'm Lord Van Zykes. He's rumbling again.
I think he's ignoring you, Runo.
The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the men in black there standing before us.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me, Runo.
So, Lord Van Zykes, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? You just said don't talk to him.
He's definitely ignoring you.
Right, so niceties... No niceties either, then. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Bats? I saw the bats, Ollie. I saw the bats. Don't worry. I saw them.
Ah, it looks as though somebody's dropped something behind a tree just here.
Dropped or hid? That's not very well hidden. If it's hidden. Is it a crossbow? What is this? Some sort of machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. The mysterious contraption has been entered into the court record. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage and the exhibition grounds. Almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Okay. Yeah, Ollie. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, God. Oh!
Oh, look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. Very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. That's fabric?
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Ginny's mid-yawn. How often does she yawn? How long does she yawn for? These questions need answers. I did it. I solved the case.
Bruno, listen!
What is it?
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
Mightn't? Is mightn't a word? Or is she inventing the Oxford Dictionary right now? She probably wrote the dictionary, actually, now that I think about it. She's so smart. She's just like, yeah, I guarantee she just wrote the Oxford Dictionary. Merriam-Webster got nothing.
Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper!
What happened to Lord Van Zykes, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes. Where's he gonna be? Where's he gonna be? Where is he gonna show up? I guarantee in 5 seconds, he's gonna be like he's gonna be like sitting on top of a hot air balloon in the sky. Make a prediction. Where is he? He's gonna be probably like on the crystal tower, like examining. Behind the tree, maybe. God. Maybe he'll be like up on the scaffolding, or like he'll literally be on top of the crystal tower. Like, like at the very tip. He's gonna be digging through the dirt, maybe, on the ground to the right. I feel like he'd be up on the scaffolding. Or like higher, or up in a balloon or something. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Yeah, this is what you need.
This is what I need? What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket?
Madame Tuspells.
No, Madame Tuspells? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. What are you talking about? Ollie, what are you talking about? I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I don't know it? Wait. Am I supposed to guess it? I didn't even know I was supposed to guess it. Oh, is that like a pun? Oh, you're just being silly. You're just being facetious right now, aren't you? Is it a pun name? I know, I figured that out, Ollie. Madame Tuspells. Oh, we'll see. We have a big trial tomorrow. Where's Hurley?
Well, that's where Hurley is.
Hurley? What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes! How's that you know where he is? I can smell him with my reptoid nostrils.
Scent detected. Overdrive must kill. Meow.
Hurley! Hurley told me. Oh, he told me to keep a secret from you. He told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. What the heck, man? Madame Tuspels? I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Yeah, okay. Okay, where are we now? 22nd October. That's coming up in real life. It's the 5th of October today. Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Waxworks? Oh! Whoa! Excuse me. What is this place? I don't like this. Look at all these terrifying scenes. But what are all the people? Why are all the people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murderers? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. I mean, there's a haunted bathtub or something right there on the left. Where's Sholmes? Is he... That's not him, is it? I don't think that's him. Is it? I mean, it might be. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? Let me guess. The victim was a wax model in the machine, and the real body was in the tower. I don't know. I'm just guessing. What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Wax models!
Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called a dipocary? How do I pronounce a dipocary? How do I pronounce that, Ollie?
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, a dipocare.
Wait, how do I pronounce this? A dipos. Wait. A dip-o-share. A dip-o-share? Ad-ippo-share? A dip-o-share?
A dipocare doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific.
Ah!
What now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. A dip-pro-share. A dip-o-share. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. Chair? A dip-a-chair? Why couldn't you just say the word chair then? Chur. Adipochur. I see. This is, I've said it once, I'll say it again. This is why I, dropped out of honors English my freshman year of high school. I don't know how to word good. Adipochur. Adipochur? Adipochur? Is it the hard eye or the soft eye? Adipochur. Adipochur. Oh, that's cool. There was,
None of these exhibits in here are real.
Except for Hurley.
They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh! There's no way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic.
No, there's nobody that's... oh... Hey, bud. What are you doing? What's going on there? What are you standing up there for? Perfectly still. Wait a minute. Hey, bud.
What is it?
Oh, no, nothing. I must be seeing things. What is going on? Why is there a hand? Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno, stop scaring me!
Yeah, she's literally 10. Is this a wax arm or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! Poke it. Come on, man. The big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes! That's the famous Tuspell's special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. You want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Hey, yo, I do. Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. No, thank you.
It was only a suggestion.
Okay. Hey, bud. Statues available, please inquire. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time, all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
So Toy Story? Just thinking about that makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Yeah, that's okay. Please do not touch the statues. I'm gonna touch the statues. I think I'm gonna touch the statues. Sholmes, what are you doing? And why are you doing it? Ugh, is this an example of Western Sujigiri? Sujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it? Do you think, Bruno? Doing that Sujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject, for now at least. Okay, well, ooh, shoe.
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder.
Oh, a ladder. That's a step ladder, Iris.
What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. But be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Bruno. That's how wars are started.
How do you know this? You're 10. You know what I was doing when I was 10? I was eating dino nuggets and picking my nose. Okay? I was farting on the school bus. I was more concerned about what was for school lunch than what was happening in the world. I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Do you see something wrong with the scene right now, Viri? Can you spot the problem? I think we're in a wax museum. Ooh, scenes of murder. Oh, scenes of mystery. Everything looks good here. Everything looks totally fine, right? I'm gonna examine the other side real quick before I do the Sholmes. Haunted bathtub? Yes, sir. Nothing particular of note. What do you mean? Just bathtub. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
Is that the Black Knight from Monty Python? Yeah, probably. Probably, Viri. Also, Viri, what do you think of Iris's outfit? I need what's your first thought that comes to mind? You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Makes sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes.
Ah! What's the matter, Bruno? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I think it has to be there for a reason. Okay. Well, that was really good. We got a lot done today. I was gonna say I didn't know. My first reaction was like you are an alien from another planet, or you paid millions of dollars to get the rights for Disney. All right, you know what? What is going? Why are you here? Why are you looking like that? He's ever so still. He's ever so still. It looks like Breath of the Wild armor. Yeah, that's what I said, Viri. All right, what are you doing? It's the great detective, Mr. Hodok Sholmes, except he's made out of wax. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? No.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know! But look, Bruno, you can kick this hurley and it doesn't move a muscle.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was that? What was that? You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait a minute. Okay. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
His eyes! His eyes. And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing.
Hold it!
Hold it?
Hey! My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent.
Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. How'd you know?
Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo.
Temporary waxwork? What do you mean?
And that kick, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me.
Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question, eh? Mr. Naruhodo?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have been turned to wax.
Thank goodness we arrived in time.
Indeed, indubitably. In many ways, the pair of you have just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Okay.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
Okay, at least Iris is calling him out. He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zykes and what happened in the past to change him.
Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing.
Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry.
If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now.
But how could it be? What are you talking about?
We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work.
What, back to being a temporary? This is your work? Can we talk? Okay. What is this place? Okay, he'll talk. Okay.
Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand.
Oh, there's here's the French character.
Je m'appelle, oui, oui, baguette, Eiffel Tower, omelette du fromage. Baguette.
Then she opened this little waxwork museum last year. It enjoyed great popularity in London.
There are museums like that in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they?
The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine.
That sounds grim.
The gruesome scenes were portrayed in such realism, and the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach.
That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth to it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is the House of Horrors.
House of Horrors?
Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them!
Have you heard of poor taste?
My dear fellow, the public lives for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked.
So, the hideous exhibits here are...
There are portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop?
Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here.
Okay, he's back to statue. Back to statue mode. Oh, I just got a notification. It better not be Mario Kart Tour, because if it's Mario Kart Tour, I might have gotten beaten. And it's ranked day. It's ranked day. I better not have gotten beaten. Otherwise, you know what's about to happen. Temporary waxwork. What do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? He's like, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, I'll talk to you.
Exactly what you see. Exactly what you see.
Okay, no, I didn't get beat. I'm up by 8,000. I'm killing it right now, Ollie.
In part of the exhibit here, catching these criminals in the act.
I'm part of this exhibit here.
Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake.
You probably freaked them out.
For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us.
A shilling? Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? Is he running a business inside of a business? But why, Mr. Sholmes?
My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money!
He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have answered. I have that ravenous iris to consider. The ravenous. She's a beast. Rah, 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 rah.
She's gone feral. She's goblinizing.
Oh, Helly, I'm so hungry.
She could eat a whole wiener schnitzel.
Push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo.
What's he threatening to rope me into now, huh?
So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours.
Are you gonna charge me a coin or whatever? Maybe some other time.
Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril.
Okay, back to standing. Back to being a waxwork. He just cursed me. Something to ask of you.
Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Van Zykes.
Ah, friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust.
Yeah, he's doing great, man. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. Viri, if you don't know, Van Zykes got attacked. You know Van Zykes, right? I think so. Yeah, but Van Zykes got attacked. About Lord Van Zykes, about Professor Harebrain. And about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. I see. He's like, that's not good. I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zykes such a different person.
I was sure that you know, Hurley.
He probably does know, he just can't say, I assume. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. That's my favorite phrase. There's something afoot. There's a crime afoot. You believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. He can't tell me, probably.
Well, it seems we've reached the unavoid... Greetings.
Greetings? French? Oh! Hello? Who are you? What's she wearing? Could it look more mysterious? Oh my goodness.
Hope you're appreciating my museum.
This is French? How do I do a French accent? Because she's a woman, so I can't go je m'appelle José Croissant. I mean, I could.
I hope you're appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we? Oh, yeah. Sholmes is back. Just posing. Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspelis. This is my museum of waxwork.
I don't know if I like this voice. Tuspels? What's the first part? What, you're the Madame Tuspels?
Bien sûr. They're only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Oui, oui, ho, ho, Eiffel Tower baguette. Omelette du fromage.
Right, okay.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxwork. Or other one waxwork in particular.
Do you guys actually want this to be her voice? Is this what you want, Ollie?
One work in particular?
I could do that, maybe.
I was led to believe that there was one great detective, but he seems unable to settle.
Ooh. Oh my goodness.
Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
I don't know how to do a French woman. What is going on?
He sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zykes now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before about something being afoot right here in the museum. I mean,
There's a crime afoot. There's a sneaky afoot.
I'm so curious. I want to know what happened here.
YouTube how to do a French accent? Okay, I'll do it. I actually will. Right now, I'm going to woman French accent. Lily Rose Depp teaches you a French accent. Here we go.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Where in the world?
With the scenario where you're sad about the passing of Carmen Sandiego.
What?
She's passed away already?
Yeah, she passed.
Well, then I know where she is.
Teach me. Teach me.
Lily, for your surprise showcase, please break down how to do a French accent.
Okay.
Lily, for your surprise showcase, please break down how to do a French accent. Please flip the page.
What?
Ah, the red roses were fresh.
The red roses were
The
fresh.
red roses were fresh. Yes.
Guys, I'm not French, nor am I a woman. What do you guys want from me? I can't. Like. What are we supposed to do here? I can do an obnoxious man, like a way over the top French accent, like
Oh, oui, oui. You have touched my omelette du fromage.
I can do that. That's it. That's all you're gonna get out of me. Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Oui, oui. Eiffel Tower. Baguette.
That's my witch voice.
It's me, Madame Tushbells.
Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tushbells?
I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know.
I don't know if I like that.
Gosh.
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family.
It was my grandmother who began the...
No, I'm starting to sound British again. I can't do a French accent for a woman. I just can't.
It was my mother who began... No, that's too, like, English.
My willy hall. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family.
That's hard. I'll just do a witch voice. I don't know what else to do. I'm gonna do a witch, because that's all I can do.
Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness.
Why are you crying? What is wrong?
All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive.
I can't do it. I can't do any better, Ollie.
In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. Criminal past! All the waxworks were created in the presence of real people on which they are modeled.
I can't do this. I cannot do this. It's too hard. First of all, it's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Not really. Second of all, these voices are hard. To do a...
All the waxworks were created in a present...
Like, I run out of breath so fast.
All the waxworks...
I can't do it. It's painful.
In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary life-likeness.
That sounds terrifying. Do an extravagant woman voice? All walks of life have similar... No, that's Saseki.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure.
Why not? What?
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only which the public wishes to see.
Do you guys like that? I don't know. Oh, what? Couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? No.
Do not fear.
Sorry.
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are bottles of famous singers, actors, politicians. Like for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
Maybe more of a female Captain Kirk? What? What does Captain Kirk sound like? Kirk voice. What does Captain Kirk sound like?
Do you wish that the first Apollo mission hadn't reached the moon, or that we hadn't gone on to Mars and then to the nearest star? That's like saying you wish that...
This guy? Is this who you're talking about? He just emphasizes odd syllables every sentence. Okay. I'll try. Listen, I'll try. This is gonna be hard. I'm just saying this is gonna be hard. It's a great detective waxwork. What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
I just think a mysterious, high-pitched voice is probably good. Oh, what sort of proposal?
My dear madame, what these smart exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
This is so hard. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. $1 million.
For a mere £500, I will dive in your cauldron of wax at this very moment.
Okay, I'd pay. If I had 500 pounds to spare, I'd pay.
Or words to that effect.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
Okay, are we settled on this voice? Do you guys like this, or this is the last chance, I think, to change it? Is this good? This is one I could probably do, but I don't know if it's good. Hey, you like this? Okay. Okay.
I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning.
Got a parking ticket. Did the stream die? No, that's Windows.
Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. You must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective not work not going so well? Something is afoot. There's poopy afoot. It's afoot. I wonder, can I ask you something?
Bien sûr.
I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
How do you know about that, little boy? Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was... gone. It was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's gone. He's just gone.
A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade.
Is that... Who is that? Who? Oh, yeah, okay, Tim. There you are! How'd you get over there?
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimands, there are more pressing concerns. You know about the Mordors.
You know about the Mordors?
The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet.
As a sheet?
Because there's Poopy afoot. And she's... never mind. I'm not going to finish that thought.
Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer no. I insist upon payment in advance. Do you have Venmo? What's your cash app?
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Hey yo, theme of deduction.
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something.
There's a hand.
What, pray, is behind that curtain?
That is the Tuspell's special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Ah, absolutely none. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame?
There's a hand!
What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain?
Ah!
I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
Oui, yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon. What's that say?
A soup con?
A soupçon. And I, oui.
What's the arm? I don't know. It's gonna be like a statue or something, probably. Of some sort. Are we gonna go inspector mode? Ooh.
Spooky. Oh. Very spooky.
I'm gonna bring my camera up here because I realized I'm covering his name.
I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however?
Excuse me? That's juror number whatever.
Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor?
Juror number 1, what happened? No, that's the recent follower. Well then, perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself.
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact.
Why is he here? Huh? He's just lying on the floor?
As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So allow me to present my 2 conclusions.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
Ah!
She looks as pale as candle wax. I thought she looked as pale as paper earlier or whatever.
I don't understand.
Wait, is that what voice did I give her? I forget if it was that or not.
So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present the Great Deduction. The game is afoot.
Topic number 1. Waxworks fate.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200.
That is all my own money.
So what does that large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall.
Whoa, why are there so many Dancy boys?
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for a sum of 200 pounds.
None.
Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds.
I don't know about that.
It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around with your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for a sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock.
I spent too much money! That's what happened.
Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price.
Okay.
We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret.
Okay. Yeah, can he price match? Waxwork location. Topic 2.
The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot
Wait, what did I do for her voice?
You cannot possibly...
Is that what I did? I think so.
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there.
Hey, yo.
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe his neckerchief.
Who is that?
Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum.
Hey, yo, really?
I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay.
What are you talking about?
The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards.
But,
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
Are we not supposed to realize that he's a waxwork? I thought he was. Maybe not.
But you...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I've noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. 3 pence? A tragically low price, you might say. But perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks.
I hope literally all of this is wrong. Well, it always is. It's always all wrong.
And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds! How dare you? The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame?
I do not...
Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon.
All right, well... Conclusion, discovered already. The police took it, okay.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
All right, well, that was a pretty good deduction, my man. It'd be a shame if I just threw it out the window. One more time, can we bring this up? I want to bring up something for you guys. It makes me giggle. It makes me giggle very much so. Where is it, Ollie? Where is it? Where's the me and the bestie picture? I don't even know where it is. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Bitches be like, I can't stand his dumb ass. 10 minutes later, me and the bestie. All right, let's run it.
Ah!
I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. But it's because you're a dumbass. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the notorious Naruhodo on 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow.
According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? He's like, maybe.
The killer policeman, Automole.
What? Sorry?
It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Automole.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be?
Indeed, it's a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200?
But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model?
It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things into perspective.
So yes, it's quite a lot of that money.
Oh. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down.
That bubbling wax looks more and more ominous.
Ah, the smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face. Accuse her to her... Yeah. I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Wait, Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning extravaganza or whatever?
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Poor Madame Tuspels and vents her anger. Vents? Like a sussy imposter?
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Conclusion. Sold for cash. Waxworks fate.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200.
That is on my own money.
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Miss Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice.
Backstage. She definitely looked in that direction, it's true.
I'm not sure she's selling any of her waxworks, even for £200.
Oh.
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. Or me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance.
Let's follow the furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Okay. Not the public notice. We've discovered that. Hey, yo, note on the wall. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. What? What? The price for his safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Okay, well... It's a ransom note.
Take that!
Bam! Baba boy.
Ooh, the little spin there? Significance of the £200 is revealed by that ransom note.
Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it.
The model in question has special importance. I put together all the money I have.
I don't know if I'm doing her voice how I started it. If I change her voice, tell me. Or if you dislike or like this voice, tell me, because I want to get it right.
In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. So now, let us explore the next curiosity for which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you.
Yeah, well, it's just because I want to be consistent, Viri. I want to do it right.
The cause of which is clearly known to you.
Oh!
Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt this man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200.
Uh-oh. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes round.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yeah, Iris, you stinky little goblin!
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what is Madame Tuspels trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Hair? Long hair braid? I mean, I want to examine that because it's just cool as hell. Madame Tuspels has a very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her from the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? The sort of whip that could have floored the gentleman with a single crack.
That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Runo.
Yeah, but what if it did happen? You ever think about that? What the frick? What is this? Hand? That's an awfully interesting hand you got there.
This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it?
No. That's definitely not her hand. Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well. Look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
Are we just, like, touching this hand while she's just standing there? You mean it's made of wax? Waxwork hand. Okay, I don't think anything else could be the answer, but I'm just gonna make sure. That's the money, £200. Can I like do this guy over here? No, it's definitely the hand. Okay.
Bang! The waxwork hand!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand.
Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a substantial blow.
How could you?
The hand protruding from the hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but a closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand.
Ah!
And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibit and cause damage.
So you mean that arm? You hit people with this?
Yes, this gentleman. So if you do try to remove it as a souvenir...
No small keepsake.
Like taking a whole branch off a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I have to teach this man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back.
And the result, the scene we see before us here, he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later. For the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped.
The killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Okay, yeah. Kidnapped! Solved! Topic 2, waxwork location. Discovered already.
The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly...
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief.
No. We need to examine his butt. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course.
Right, anyway. Judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Okay, I'm gonna look at his butt. Anything in there? Wow! Okay! Okay! Alright, well. That's good to know. Well then. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Oh, well that settles that then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
The entire arm has been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. So is this guy the killer? Probably.
Take that!
Take that! Shoulder stub. Bang! Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub.
No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, Sholmes? I don't think you know much about me then, Sholmes, because I am very boneless, and I will now demonstrate. I'm cramping. Ah! I'm boneless. I'm boneless, bro. Oh my god, that hurt. Get it right here. Hopefully. I want you to know. Yeah, what's up? What's up, yeah. Okay.
Boneless human. No such boneless human walks this earth, of course I can assure you.
You haven't met me, dude.
In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay. is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model.
I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being a winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally. What other explanation could there be?
And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it?
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
Hey, yo.
Ah, but you...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag.
Hey, yo. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like.
It's a very low price.
It's a very low price, though. 3 pence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Garrett's residence. Oh, yep. Was my door always open? I don't think it was. Sam peek in here? Check the VOD. So this is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is the crusty old killer policeman Ottermole really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
Okay. Something is wrong is the price tag. Alright, yeah. Something tells me. Twitch? That's where I am right now. I'm on Twitch. I'm just gonna examine it first, because I think that's funny. Look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously, then. So you mean...
Must be a twitch.
Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet.
Or twitch!
And look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
Take that! Take that!
A telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch.
Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard.
Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then.
And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He's just sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence?
No doubt the price tag of the muffler which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth.
Hey, yo. Me and the bestie.
The waxwork of the especially ruthless
killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard are already investigating.
But why is he just there?
The model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Hey, yo. Still a mystery. Deduction complete. Elementary! Juror number 1's not doing too hot, can I just say? He's not doing too hot at all.
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly.
Kill.
Anyway,
You're spooky. You're a spooky little girl, aren't you?
your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
Oh, why thank you. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I need the money you promised me, though. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted.
It sounds like it was.
Yes, tragically, it was.
Then I would ask you to recount us on the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. As much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish.
The stolen waxwork. Tell me all about it. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from this special exhibit here. It's your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Or a particularly horrible criminal, in fact.
He's a witch.
A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
The Professor? Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete.
Sorry?
The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? 10 years ago?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago?
Yes, at exactly the time that Barak von Zykes graduated from university, in fact.
What?
It's all connected. It's all connected.
What surely he's not saying.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case.
Who was this Professor then? The Professor? Who is this dude?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction.
I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zykes?
You must first understand, my dear fellow. Why is it that the Professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of the... Ah, wait, of course, huh? What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zykes is from a family of noble blood? Oh, he is, yeah.
Oh, gosh!
Hang on, I need a drink.
It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zykes.
Daddy? Not Clint Van Zykes. No, I don't believe it. Van Zykes?
I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's
murder? No.
In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today.
I had no idea Lord Van Zykes had such a tragic past.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
Why is it playing Van Zykes' theme?
I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involve you coming to visit me here. Wait, what? Oh! Whoa!
It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he could prove it.
I must warn you.
I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
I think he wants... You know what? The thing is, Barak is kind of an asshole, but he's also a dude who wants the truth. So I do think he actually does have his best interests at heart. If the truth supports that, maybe. Because so far, Van Zykes is just a... He's kind of a douche. But if he's not going to, like, lie to you, if that makes sense.
I know you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Oh, of course. I fully understand. Thank you, Barak.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Things are heating up in the courtroom.
Well, gamers. We seem to be at an impasse. I think it is time for me to depart. It is time for me to be it's time to be I'm gonna be the great departed soul. And the next stream when I come back, I'll be the return of the great departed soul. And we'll do trial. I'm going to bed though. It's only 11:30. Ollie, how long is this next trial session? Just so I can plan ahead. There's definitely not enough time left in the night to complete this trial though. Absolutely not. So I'm just not even gonna start. In the VOD, it's 1 hour. It's 1 hour. Are you? It's literally 1 hour. Ollie. Well, then I don't know. It's 11:30. If I do it, it'll be 1 hour. Because if I narrate, it'll turn into 2 hours. So it'll be 1:30 when I go to bed. I don't know. I don't know, dude. No. What do you want to do, Nico? I kind of want to go to bed. Okay, how long is the investigation after this, Ollie? Just peek. Peek for me. I need to plan this out, but I can't look up the case. 2 hours. Okay, so same as this one. And then the final trial is like really long, right? Like 3 hours or something? It's 3? Okay, yeah, okay. And also hard? Yeah. Well, what if I'm just smarter than everyone else? And I just beat it immediately. Oh, you ever thought of that? I say that as I failed completely on case 2 on like an easy fact. I completely failed. I don't know. Do you guys, if do you want me to keep playing? If you guys really want me to keep playing, I'll think about it. But I need you guys to vocalize it. Do you want me to keep playing? Because otherwise, I'll just do this a different night. Because this is gonna take me this is gonna be another 2 hours. If we keep playing, at least. Oh, are you sure it's only an hour? You're not sure it's like an hour and a half or something? Because if it's any more than an hour, I shouldn't do it. But it's kind of silly. I kind of want to. I'm just going to start going as if I'm going, Ollie. But I might not, depending on how long you tell me it is. Defendant's antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor Hairbrain.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. Okay, so it's an hour and a half, basically. I will not be done with the stream until 3 a.m. if I do this. Oh, I don't know if I want to do this. Oh, what do I have tomorrow? What do I have tomorrow? Let me look. I have an assignment. Okay. I'm just gonna go.
Oh, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Oh, yeah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public!
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Yes.
Who is this? Barometer Fun. Swiler. You come out of nowhere with that. Alright. Yeah, that's his full name.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here.
I assume it's Sholmes. Yeah, okay. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley.
Well, I mean, look at you. I mean, get those things off your head.
It took me at least an hour to wake him. Are you... Herlock Sholmes?
Indeed, sir, I am he. Herlock Sholmes!
Oh, what? I've heard all about your exploits. Even was living in Germany. Oh yes, Rance magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Oh yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, as I seem to recall.
No, that was not that one.
No, that was the Speckled Band.
We already did that one. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh, I have urgent business at Madame Tespel's.
You mean your waxwork job?
No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services.
Ah, so you're trying to get it to the bottom of that ransom note, are you?
The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give my undivided attention.
Oh, well, never mind then. I understand.
Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. Proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Not even a Little Debbie? Not even a Little Debbie pie?
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
She's right.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for pie.
Don't we all? Whenever I'm focusing, I'm like, damn, I could go for a nice pie right now. One of the universe's
intractable mysteries, you might say.
Oh, yes, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck?
I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain.
Why, thank you.
Before I depart, Mr. Naruto, a word in your ear, if you please.
What's this about?
Sneaky, as you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
Uh-oh. But the professor said the demonstration was a success.
Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's papers about it too, Runo. And I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. How could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. Because it didn't happen, but it was a setup. It was a setup.
And that's the contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt.
What's that supposed to mean?
Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
Bye, Hurley.
Love Hurley, my Hurley little friend here. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
Feed Waggy? Okay, what actually do the balls on her head do? Because the hat covers her head, but what do the balls do?
It's gonna be a big surprise for you
when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. It helps her fly away.
Counsel for the President Senate, court is about to be ascended. Wait a quarter about us.
We're on our way. And a scientist who's convinced. Okay, wait. An experiment that the laws of science can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. Yeah, that's the key to this case. Okay, guys, if I get stuck, I'm gonna ask for hints because I am not spending too long on these cross-examinations, whatever they are. 23rd October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Ooh, look at these jurors. Oh my goodness.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
So I have to think of 6 new voices? Oh no.
We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
No, you didn't.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord. Am I ready? I don't think I am. I'm 6 months out of practice. What's more? No, it's... Did you get your photos printed? Logos printed? What? No. I'm without Sasato said today. It's just me? Is it literally just me? I think it is. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
Though, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well. Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zykes. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to the extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
Maybe.
If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Hairbrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your social duty?
Okay. Oh, God.
I am most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
I think he, like, speaks slowly. He seems like an old, like, stern man who just speaks deeply and wisely and slowly. What do I do?
To have...
Pick a good voice for her?
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
Eh? I think I've done that.
To have the man's fate in the palm of my hand. Oh gosh.
What the?
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are nothing more than performances.
Okay, this guy's like a sneaky little devil. I guess he kind of is vampire-like, though. He's kind of like mysterious. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are nothing more than performances. No, that's like a woman voice. Give him the coat.
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are nothing more than performances.
What the hell? I don't... Any spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. He probably sounds like the Monopoly Man. Huh. Or like the conductor from Thomas the Train. What does the conductor from Thomas the Train sound like? Conductor Thomas the Train tank engine.
Most coaches.
Where's the conductor?
That if Thomas is Henry's train, I run my life. Thomas
the Train. Dude, Percy the Train?
Have you been,
No. Where's the conductor? Where's the conductor? There he is.
Said his driver. The conductor will tell us in a minute.
Oh, the conductor will tell us in a minute. Hang on.
Where's the conductor?
Where's the conductor?
So he had a drink and told them that Thomas had left them behind.
What?
I'm very sorry, said Thomas. We all make mistakes, replied the conductor.
We all make mistakes, said the conductor.
Any spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang.
That'll be like a pompous voice. What the... Oh my god! What the fuck?
Oh my god. Why is
it make a clang sound? Why does it make a ding sound like a typewriter?
We have to listen to what's said on both sides. That fence, and I'm settled on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
That's the police killer Ottermole lookalike again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turns into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events. And as such, the eyes of all London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel.
Okay.
So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zykes.
Scroll.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking.
Huh, this idea is absurd. The hypothesis could never stand up to scrutiny.
Sir, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field.
I am, and your word on the matter can be considered final. And my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
This experiment, expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
Rumblings.
The prosecution would assert
Finger.
that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success.
No! Why would you do that? What?
What rot?
I really, really enjoyed juror number 5. I found that so funny.
Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant.
Wait, let me read this again. Okay, yeah. Oopsies. But...
This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Okay.
Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord.
Oh, Cape's gone already.
For now, you will feel the wrath of my ass cheeks in full. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand.
Oh, both of them.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration in the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain, scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right.
After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany, and I made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright, an incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it, they must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
Oh. Photo.
This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less.
Okay.
That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it.
I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence.
Photograph has been added into the court record.
As the court heard, the victim in the incident was Mr. Odie Asman.
How many pieces of evidence do we have? Not a lot. Okay, so this very well should be a very short trial, yeah.
There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself.
I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant was accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right. It must be my splendid machine. My poor splendid machine.
You saw it.
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage?
With that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate or and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness?
Huh?
What? I'm sorry, me?
No, your neighbor.
Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim the experiments to have been a front for murder.
Okay, I'm ready. Let me review my my pieces of evidence real quick. A front for murder. I'm gonna review these real quick. Great Exhibition News. Okay. The Reaper was attacked. This is pointed at up. That's all I know. It's pointed up. Okay. Okay. A mysterious contraption. What is this? Let's actually examine this real quick. There's just no music playing right now. It's very weird. I don't know how I feel about this. Can I examine this? Is there anywhere? There we go. Oh, there's some sort of lever here. Oh, it is a crossbow. Holy shit, I'm right. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Crossbow. Okay. Well, we got a crossbow now. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Yeah, definitely. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Okay, is there anything else to examine? Just in case. It's very weird that this is quiet. I already said that, but still. Okay, canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. There are scorch marks on the edges. And the photograph of dead.
The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck.
Okay.
I made a minor miscalculation on the angle of the beam projection, that's all. It was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd been clearly stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Okay, I don't know about that.
An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that.
Not really. It would have taken a minute or two. If you get stabbed in the heart, you're still you'd live for like a minute, right? I think so. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No, and no! That couldn't be further from the truth! I have here an experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however.
I can already tell that this is not pointed correctly. Oh.
As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion.
I already know what the issue's gonna be. He crashed into the window too high. I can guarantee it. Maybe.
The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended.
Oh, okay.
Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair.
Oh? I don't know about that. From where it
subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
Give me 1 sec. Okay, we're good.
My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
Yeah, you could assume that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
You're making baked potatoes at 10 p.m.? That's awesome, Ollie.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel.
The autopsy report has been entered in the court record. Alright, let's take a peek at this.
I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuseful scientist.
And really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think otherwise, really.
Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Okay. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. Smack. Hey, it's been a while. Yes, it has. Cross-examination, a front for murder.
The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck.
Okay, let me look at the autopsy report real quick. 47, nationality British, time of death 220, yep. Coroner, Courtney Scythe. Courtney Scythe? I assume we're gonna meet them. That's too convenient of a name. That just sounds like a pun. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. A broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Indeed. Indubitably. Indubitably. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake. Okay, but that's not okay.
The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Okay. I'm just gonna start pressing from here on. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it?
2 right, yes.
Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well.
You're saying that's not the case?
You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips. You don't want to keep butting in every few seconds.
All we know is that there's for all we know, that's a bottomless bag.
The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death.
Right, that's what we all thought. But it's a red herring, wasn't
it? I mean, probably. I don't know, Swiler. It's an Ace Attorney case.
There was a lesion on his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp, right in the heart.
Hold it! Defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from Forensic Investigation Team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense.
Sarcastic and insincere? Yeah, alright, bud. I mean, see what I mean? He's an asshole. But he's not lying. What was the nature of the sharp object?
Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest.
The screwdriver? Yeah, there it is.
This. Oh yes, that would appear to be some kind of a screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counsel?
Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew? What? Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends. Like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Andrew and Michael.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank.
Ah, that isn't...
It's blood beyond all reasonable doubt.
No.
And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What? Is that actually... when we picked it up, I thought it didn't have blood on it. I mean, I could be going crazy, but I could have sworn that it didn't have blood on it.
Order, order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
The screwdriver has been entered into the court record. There are traces of blood at the tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. Okay. So one of the Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Okay. Great.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Before he went anywhere? Let me look at my evidence. Let's peep this out. A. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill of the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. A metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains in the kinesis machine. It has a very distinctive handle. Okay. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm just gonna press everything. What grounds do you have for saying that?
Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of a whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asmund, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right. I saw him with my own eyes.
Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it.
Hey, yo. What's wrong, Mr. Albert Man?
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor. Well, sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but, there's no way that I could have possibly have stabbed Mr. Asmund, as you say.
Eh?
Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
And surely, you see, if I plunged something into something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Ah. But thousands of Londoners were watching at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see, not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. That's pretty good. We take that.
Order!
Oh, time for the hollowed chalice. For his hollowed vintages.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hollowed chalice to accompany my old friend Adducing.
What? Adducing? I don't know.
Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barrick, but I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound.
Of course.
If it were stuck in there.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this?
Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson.
The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
It wouldn't bring the weapon with him, though, right? You like my voices, Speedbird? I love doing the voices. They're so fun to do for me. Okay, I gotta figure this out. Because would it have taken the weapon with it? The victim was already dead. Yeah, maybe. It's not there in the picture. Is it just to present the photo? Because it's not there in the photo. I mean, maybe. I'm gonna go through everything again. Okay, so this is just Barrett got attacked. This is where it was fired. Wait. What does this say? A weapon found hidden behind a tree. Okay, yep. Okay. Autopsy report. Okay. I think it's just the picture that's not in the... It's not there. That'd be my guess. I don't know. No screwdriver was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains. I'm gonna press it real quick.
Hold it!
Just to be sure. Why would you think that, Inspector?
With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out of the profuse bleeding occurs. While it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts. I want for a better word.
I see.
You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator.
Where's Sussy Bako? Do you need her?
If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from deal with his body before stabbing Asmund in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off stage with his fancy device, the screwdriver still where he planted it.
I would never do such a thing! Not to my precious tools! I would never use them for such dirty work! Only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated.
Okay, no, I think this is easy. I think it's literally just the photo, because it's not there. And if it were removed, he'd be bleeding everywhere. Okay. That changes everything. Okay. Did Van Zykes keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Yeah, probably. Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. I think it's just the last one. Well, I know it's the last statement, but I assume it's... Must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. That's very not true. Just look at the picture. I hope this is right. If it's not, oh well.
Objection!
That's not right. Shit. Okay, well, you know what? It's going great. Going great. It's good. I'm gonna press some more stuff real quick.
Glad to hear it. You would also have to think again,
The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body. Oh, is it literally just the screwdriver because it was found at the place? I'm so stupid. I mean, I was on the right track, but it's just like, you know, wrong in a way. It was found at the place. I assume I'm gonna save because I've failed easier trials before. There we go. Okay, cool. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? So I was on the right track. I just presented the wrong piece of evidence.
Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping away any heavy bleeding.
It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Okay, don't be a wiener then. Being silly. Yes, but about the screwdriver, it was not found with the body. We actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregsy?
Now you come to mention it, yeah?
Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate?
No.
That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool is still being in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. Ayo, point! And found still lodged in the victim's chest.
Order! How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't.
It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually did take place. That's true. It clearly couldn't have happened, though, in the end. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that, Van Zykes. Lord Van Zykes is stumped. Who? Gregsy? That was Gregsy, right? Oh, that was Hairbrain.
You have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out that the equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there's no inconsistency. Why would you say that? You stupid little goober. You afro-looking ass. Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asmon's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? Why? That's not good. Gone. Into the gallery.
It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused explanation.
Shattered testimony. Hey, yo.
Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation?
I'm dead right now. Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Just when I found an inconsistency, scientists.
Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Okay. What do you got, Mr. Hairbrain? What do you got for me? The inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. Okay, wouldn't have other things stayed put, though, too? In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asmon was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect that incredible machine that we built together. Okay. Hemoglobin in his blood. Ollie, I know, this isn't supposed to... Or not Ollie, sorry. I'm just used to Ollie making silly comments, Swiler. Swiler, I know. We technically have small amounts of metal in our blood, which if we weren't transferred with, it would kill us.
So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see! Why are you happy, Hairbrain? Well, we had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Hairbrain. Yes! Whose side are you on here? Well, he's friends with Van Zykes. I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? Very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, let's do it.
Cross-examination.
Be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. Okay. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put.
Hold it!
Yeah, definitely press this. Your hypothesis states it, so it isn't proven then. Well, no, but of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based on thousands of calculations. But it's widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage, in which Mr. Asmon was placed for the kinesis. Okay. The
jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort.
I'll thank you not to refer it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship.
In short, Any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
Well, the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on their victim, is it not? Indeed, sir.
Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Scotty, beam me up. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. I'm just gonna press it, because why not? You seem to be pleased by that. Well, yes, there's another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruto. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm just the one responsible for Mr. Asmund losing his life. The advancement in science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right.
Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asmund?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times, and we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project, and the research grant, of course. Okay. Mr. Asmund was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Asmund in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. That is indeed a small science journal. I can definitely say that. Look how happy he is. Look at him.
That's a scientific journal? Good gracious. I should need new spectacles.
I love how he was reading this in prison, too. I might have an extraordinary hypothesis and a great promise, but at the same time, I have no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at any little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. Watered down water? But Mr. Adams read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly. That's what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asmund provided me with an engineer with a practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastical machine together. Who's the third person? The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asmund took care of it all. He was a wonderful man, really. I owe him everything. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Hold it!
Okay. When you say that you built the machine together, does this mean that you were involved in its construction? Yes. Not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmund and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. I had to protect our work. So what's left of that machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. You just said you murdered him, though. That's the extent of the testimony, then? Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. It seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Okay. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. Okay, I never pressed this statement, so I'm going to press this real quick. And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. Is that a real quote? Because I wonder who that is actually of. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know. Words are that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But but as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind.
You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times.
The Lord Van Dyke really did have a friend. Did have a friend once, but he didn't notice hell freezing over. Let's peep this out. Let's peep out let's see what's the data. What's the hard facts? Okay. Van Dyke gets skabootied on the back. This is the angle of the tower. Okay. This has not come up yet, and it won't. A torn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found on the experimentation stage. Okay. This is the answer. His glasses. They're made of metal. I did it. I'm so good at this game, Ollie. What can I say?
Objection!
What can I say, dude? I'm just built different. I'm like that. I'm like that, Ollie. I'm like that. Professor Harebrained, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Well, yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. My winning son? Kind of. Yeah, kind of. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to this victim's face. Glasses. You can clearly see that Mr. Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Eh? What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not... Metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis is correctly predicted that outcome, should have also predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this?
If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
Objection. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, Joe number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there is one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
Wait, Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow journalists, when I tell you this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Well, definitely raise an objection. Objection! Professor Harebrained has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so...
Even so what?
Also, Viz, if you want to know what's happening in this case, so here, I'm going to give you a 30-second rundown, okay? This guy died because Mr. Albert Einstein on the witness stand tried a new experiment on him to essentially teleport him, like in Star Trek, like beam me up, like that. They tried to put him in a machine and tried to teleport him to an area like 30 meters away. And when he got teleported, he died. And we have to figure out why that happened, even though he probably didn't get teleported at all, because it's not possible. But as of right now, we're based on the assumption that he teleported.
Even so, what?
Going to such trouble and expenses to create a fake machine to display in public. You would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Are you sure?
He had no obvious reason to do exactly that.
To kill the professor, or to kill this guy?
Or the research grant money.
What? Yeah. Oh! If the government was foolish enough to have deemed this man's ridiculous notion possible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
An order of magnitude out, madame. £500 a year. A year? That's a lot.
Oh, you can leave handsome and that much for years.
I love this juror so much. it does the typewriter ding.
You can live all handsome and that much for years.
Society noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Okay.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, at least all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please! You must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
I don't know about that. Barrick!
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused.
Barrick. Where is this heading? I have no idea.
My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats.
Oh? Eyewitnesses? Wait. I know where this is going. They were probably occupying the front row seats, and they're going to claim to have seen the murder, and it literally wouldn't have been possible to see the murder from where they were sitting, probably.
Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no pastiche.
What is that?
The accused killer is the financier victim, there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend, prepare to feel the wrath of my clapping ass cheeks upon this hollowed bench. It's time for you to make your own stance clear.
There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does it leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witness to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
Ollie, do I know this witness? I probably don't. I'm gonna have to think of a new voice. Because they're probably gonna have a lot of lines. Or should I just end here? There are two. Is it Mario and Luigi again? Should I shouldn't end here, right? Like, how far am I to the end of the trial, Ollie? From right now? I am tired. I will say that. I assume we're halfway through the trial. I assume. If you wouldn't mind checking for me, Ollie, that would be delightful. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo! What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Oh, sorry about that. You promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! Yeah, You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! What all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run it through some equations... yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is, nevertheless. A man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh, no, oh. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? No, claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore.
He's a robot. Barak von Zykes. My robo-ass cheeks will destroy this hollowed courtroom.
Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and the demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely off your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? You better be honest here. Ugh. I drew the plans for the machine with my own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Okay, all right, I'll believe it. Not really, but kind of.
Counsel, defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take a stand. Make your way to the courtroom, please.
Okay, I'm coming. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could have possibly killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant.
A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
Okay. What are you guys talking about? You guys sound like me in Calc 1 in high school. I'd get the right answer and I'd forget to put the units on. I'd get like, I'd lose half my credit. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? This is kind of confusing. But alright. Alright, I'm gonna have to voice 2 new characters. Let's see what they are. Let's see who they are and what they look like. The Old Bailey courtroom. You know, Ollie, if you do a Scantron test and you don't use a pencil and you use a pen, you will get minus 100%. Because it'll think you didn't mark any answers.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zykes, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective.
Is it Rolly?
So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Is it Gina? It's not Gina, is it?
The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended up in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present at the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now.
Okay, I'm scared for what these witnesses are going to be.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in.
I don't want to look.
The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally.
What do we got? Mario and Luigi? Oh. Persona? Gina? Hi, Gina. What do you... Oh, God. What are the... Like a freaking balloon man?
Witnesses, state your names and occupation for the court to hear.
My name is Balthazar Lune.
What? Now you can go crazy.
My name is Balthazar Lune. I am the impresario of the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage.
My name is Wilhelm Kostic Sigismund Umstein.
I think he might be Italian, but I don't care. I think it'd be funny to make him French too.
My name is Wilhelm Kostic Sigismund Umstein. I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my homeland in Bohemia.
Oh, me oh my.
Very rich. I'm very rich.
Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. A great detective, even Sherlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got up into one of them, to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina again, but she didn't mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon. Actually, didn't she? But she did mention that yeah, okay. And she clearly loved every minute of it. Yeah. Okay.
There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low.
Well, I can't see nothing up there if you'd like to, can ya?
60 feet. About 18 meters then.
Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
Okay.
Mine, I'm German. I'm Bohemian or whatever.
It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang on the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky above us. The sky beside us. From a misty smoke, the cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed in the tower. Into the tower.
Okay. I heard ya. Pointer.
Most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions?
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear.
Whoa.
Then, as power was supplied to the machine for demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses.
Okay.
The bird cage appeared at the side of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
Okay.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes. There's a person inside.
I was very surprised. Or maybe I should get way bank into this. Hang on. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I like this voice. You were doing this.
Oh, I thank you.
least you have lots of money.
Precisely. Who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition.
Ja, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
You will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
You really need that?
Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see. Such a delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, counsel.
That's Bulgarian robbery. No, that is. Yeah, you're right, Sweller. And Ollie.
So, the defense's cross-examination now. Maybe you are, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay.
Yeah, I did. This is very good. Yes, I am the elementary.
It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky beside us.
Okay. Okay, hang on. What does this one say? Okay, that is... I don't need that statement. This maybe. This maybe. I don't care about his balloons getting damaged. You actually saw the accident happen from high up in the air.
Yup, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, huh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force, we can go flying together.
Like a date? You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything! We saw everything because we were up above it all.
Oopsies.
That dodgy cove climbing onto the stage, and that dodgy professor pulling on them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it, but there was another bang right in my ear. I looked round, and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Oh, yeah? What do you have to say, little...
I did not see flaming ball in sky, actually. It was a meteor, actually. Actually, you do not know. I'm a small boy. I know what I'm talking about, yes.
Or Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? Wait, this guy's name is Gotts? Wait. I didn't even... What are their names? I want to know this. Eric Van Zyke's Masked Man. I hate this guy's eyes. His eyes look so scary. Gina Lestrade, Tobias, Esmeralda Tuspels, Balthazar Lune, okay. And Bohemian Boy. Just Bohemian Boy. Okay.
My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Ah, yes. What was it again?
Wilhelm Kostic Sigismund Ornstein.
Oh, just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oi, get it out, Odo! It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem? Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Ja!
I keep saying Ja.
Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm not sure, but I'm sure.
That's what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing, then there was a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginably. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Yes. More balloons. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? A green balloon. You what? Okay, well that's gonna be whatever the rubber piece is that we found. Hey, you what? Never saw nothing like that. That I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it is a lie that is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. Yeah.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Okay. It was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to us at the time. Okay. I'm definitely gonna press that. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I'm proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Okay, I had to switch to French now.
Ragazon, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical.
Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Mordieu!
I will have the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them!
This small child's gonna send the Bohemian army.
Stupid balloon. Ugh. Now give me a balloon. Now give me the balloon.
Here you are, your highness. Here you are, your highness.
If only all international incidents were so easily resolved.
Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Lune? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however.
I just realized his head has a lit fuse in it. He actually is wearing a hot balloon, air balloon right now. Wait, what's this? Wait, hang on. There is a huge bang from the stage, and the next second another bang in the sky besides us. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna keep pressing.
The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen?
No, in reality I did not. I thought after it hit the tower, there was a ground of confusion there around the stage. I ran to see what had happened there. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up into the sky, all my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now.
And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear. Didn't get a good look inside the cage. No one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Okay. Keep pressing. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Eh? Use your head, Otto. How could it have been me? Was up in a balloon, what I?
Right.
Because I wasn't available. It was the boss. It was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting all shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing.
Or Inspector Gregsy.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared at my wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. Okay. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? Okay. That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Okay. The 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. I'm just going to press this one just in case, because I haven't pressed this yet. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand.
Si, all 3 of them are bellissimi bambini.
What?
My bellissimi bambini.
That's what they call me. That's what they used to call me in high school.
They are very popular, signor. Some will pay 10 pounds for one ride.
10 pounds? That's more than my annual stipend.
20 pounds a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. Hey, I work for a Majesty police card, you know?
Have I told you guys about how I was in the marching band for 1 year at my university? And I was supposed to play in the game happening. And I pulled like, I had to, like, bring people to the, event, like the game. And I had to find somewhere to park without paying. So I literally just went up to the very front of the stadium. And I said, I'm in the marching band. They said they'd let me park here. And the guy just let me in. And it was just like, I just parked right in front of the stadium. What would normally be a $500 parking pass, I just was confident, and I was like, yeah, they said we're supposed to be here, so let me in, and the guy did it. It was awesome. And then I tried it again, and it didn't work. I tried it a second time, and it didn't work, but the one time it worked. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating on such a small number of balloons, though?
Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
Okay.
See, and the zone above the public experimentation stage is most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. Okay. I think it's just the stadium that I pursued, obviously. It's gotta be this one.
It was not the sky that exploded. It was green balloons that was next to us at the time.
Okay. What do I have in my inventory? Well, this is definitely a green balloon. But, I mean, we can't prove what color it was. Am I supposed to affirm what he's saying, or am I supposed to refute it? It's not this, it's not this. Run it? Okay.
Objection!
Didn't work. That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with this evidence.
It is your task, counsel, to explain how somehow to the court and the other way around.
Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to affirm it.
What I think is that the whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes.
Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay. Ollie, am I on the right track? You can, okay, Ollie, is this the statement? Just tell me. This is the statement, right? I mean, we pursued it. Oh, you're supposed to know this. Check the next statement? Okay. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and it crashed into the crystal tower. don't think we could prove against that. Okay. I don't know what to present though. What am I supposed to do? Unless he has some burned cloth on him. And if there's some burned cloth here, then that would work. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know if it's this statement. It was not the skies that exploded. It was a green balloon. Did you press it again? I'm pretty sure.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Yeah, I did. I'm gonna reread it though. Huh? I'm just gonna hang on. I'm just making sure he's gonna shoot. Has the army come and shoot all of your balloons out of the sky? That's probably a hint as what the crossbow is for. The crossbow shot the thing out of the sky. But like, how do I prove that? Now give me balloon. Gladly. I'm thinking about this. This is hard. Are we sure it's this one? I'm just gonna go back to statement 1. Okay, it's not 1. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then next second another bang from the sky besides us. Okay, it was a balloon. It's not that one, because we pursued that one. Check Ollie. You're joking. Oh. I think I see what happened. Ollie was not joking. Should I examine this, or do I need to? Do I even need to? Can I? I don't even think I can. I mean, that would make sense. I don't even know if this is it, but let's just run it.
Objection!
Peepo PogChamp. I'm pogging the whole time right now. Mr. Luna, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. That's interesting. You have to pursue and then go back. And then once you pursue, then you are able to press the first statement. I mean, that's pretty cool. I like testimonies like this, even though it caught me off guard and I didn't know the answer.
See, that is correct. If you had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible. Terribile.
I wonder if you might know what this is.
Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric on the envelope.
Sorry, the envelope?
Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip when you are in sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day.
Eh?
If all the balloons... No, wrong voice. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
Yeah! No! No!
A balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so?
Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no.
Having spent 10 whole pounds for the experience.
However, seems to me like those things crazy at 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
Oh.
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after that explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon.
What?
Causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently possible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
This I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Lune?
You are suggesting that I am the liar. That person dies in the balloon incidente.
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That is right, and I prove it. Balthazar Lune is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible.
You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection! No, we need to know about this. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. Hey, yo.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It is imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Oh, grazie, my lord.
Okay, let's do it.
Grazie. Oui, oui. Eiffel Tower, omelette du fromage. Mr. Lune balloon.
Oh, Allegro.
As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I have in the sky has landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground, an explosion was a catastrophe.
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up little bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
The stupid Ragazol is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag straps anyway.
Okay. Clearly not.
Your assertion is that the balloons this child saw was not belonging to you. So your assertion that your ass, was mighty displaced, you see.
Si, exactamente. He even saw the balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all out war.
I like the kid. And then they just casually, they stop fighting. Balloon. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Lune certainly doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with this witness's statements, the court must consider them to be the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Okay, let's do it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Mr. Lune, oui, Eiffel Tower. oui.
Mr. Lune's balloons.
As I said, Balthazar Lune is no lawyer. Every balloon I have in the sky landed safely.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. Maybe?
Signor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we were talking about 3 enormous balloons. You believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensivo?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
Okay. So it was a totally different balloon.
It would appear that no mistake has been made there then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial mistake. What, me? What, me?
Hey, what I told the boss. These 10 kids like me can only count up to 2.
You can only count to 2?
Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have a go himself in that case.
All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosione with a catastrophe.
Hold it!
No one else died, too. So it must have been a separate balloon. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Lune, tell me more. What is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
Are you an idiota?
Sorry?
That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright?
Well, I don't know why it burns bright, actually.
It burns bright because it burns bright, and the balloon flies because it flies. What is?
He's right, you know. I shouldn't have questioned him. Ah, that must be Italian for I don't know.
There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air.
That's true.
Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using gas that is lighter than air.
Okay, yep.
See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive.
You're just gonna casually mention that it's highly explosive?
Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire air.
I'm going so over the top with this accent, I love it.
Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosione, explosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm completely sewer. But if you said that what has happened, you must show me the proof.
Alright, so Mr. Lune had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? You can't get away from the fact that a burnt up little bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out when you way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? That's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. Stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. No, you couldn't. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was a talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. There was a talk of some scorching, okay? Okay. Coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown by the explosion at the stage.
Hold it!
Hold it! Sorry, I just want to groove for a second. I just like Allegro. Okay, I'm ready. I've grooved. There is a considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the coves were watching the experiment when it caught in. Some of the coves were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job, the old contraption to keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that.
It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of evidence of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Is this like salary deducting noises? Like me swiping all the fish and chips, huh? That man's sole pleasure.
None of these matters. That scrap of the balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Niente. These stupid old raggles always mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Okay. You're wrong. I mean, I believe you, but I think this is actually a different balloon.
Hold it!
Press. You mean the color is wrong?
Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. Warehouse there.
And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date, unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates this exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the senor says, I am not from one of my balloons. It is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from This little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Yo, he's not.
I will fucking kill you! I will beat it! I will jab you! I will kill you! I will tackle you and add the entire Bosnia army and kill you!
Excuse me. Excuse me. Is something wrong, Master Gods?
It is Master Wilhelm Kosser Sigmundson Ornstein!
It is on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. All over Bohemia. You can speak as much as bad language as you like, but it changes nothing.
Balloon.
Yes, sir. If you do not have evidence, Ragozzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you,
Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is evidence? You have simple explanation, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Okay, you piece of shit.
Good gracious!
Excuse me?
I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot air cellar, of the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment, did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, the one picture.
Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was riding a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see green balloon.
Okay. Okay, that doesn't really prove the color of it. Van Zykes has some more hollowed rumblings.
Well, I see you are too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Balloon. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see what it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that's not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera.
That's one very bohemian sounding cry. It's my battle cry.
Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Photograph of the balloon has been entered into the court record. Okay. It's not my fault. It was the fault of the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. Maybe. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Like right as the exhibition was happening, it looks like, or the transfer machine.
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, as a hot wind rushed over my face.
Eh? That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. This fig could not be flying, nor could I give it.
Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Lune's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another 4th balloon. But Mr. Lune vehemently denies that possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this instant inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay, let's actually look at the picture. I need to look at the picture. Okay. What the? Oh, there's like something shooting up at it. Jeez. What the heck? Okay, so there he is doing the experiment down there. There's the man in there. He doesn't look real. This is a wax figure, isn't it? Maybe. Who knows? Okay, so this balloon was empty, and it was definitely there, and something shot up at it. Okay. Good to know. And this was aiming below it. Okay. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, I'll say what a catastrophe. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers? I highly doubt that. Is it just as simple as this statement? Let me just make sure. Okay. Okay, it's just the second one, I think. Hopefully.
Objection!
Yes, sir. Smacky. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gantz can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. Yeah, you said there was passengers in all your balloons. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Ah, my goodness, you're right. Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure. For seeing the view, my balloons only fly with the passengers.
Which tells us that this pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, oh, there was a 4th balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
And look at his head, his balloon.
Objection.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. Si, the competizione! Trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the esperimento that was wrong on the stage. That went wrong on the stage.
This 4th balloon exploded at the same moment as Mr. Asmund was beamed from the stage below. Yep. Right. Seen them scraps that fell onto the ground after and left them scorch marks? They didn't come from the stage at all. There was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. I will probably not be on Viz, so have a good night. I assume this trial's almost over, but I don't know. Thanks for hanging out for a bit, though. A mysterious 4th balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case.
I can prove that it has something to do with the case. Do you see the bullet flying towards it? Also, how convenient that this little German kid, or Bohemian kid, caught the exact moment this missile was flying towards the balloon. That's crazy.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen some sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
The corn lady is so funny. Really, have we got to the truth? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? I see it right there.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please do not give your decisions yet. The photograph for Master Goss may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue, huh?
Objection!
That guy's like the Sesame Street Count.
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
Okay. No, that's not what happened.
What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Okay. Of course, my lord. It's right here. I know where it is. Potatoes undercooked? Ollie, what the hell? Why would you do that? I'm mad now that you undercooked those potatoes. They didn't deserve that. And what is shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, it leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The balloon was shot down, dude. A clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is right here.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. That's what I was saying. It's literally a miracle. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light caused incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. It's a shot. It's fired at it.
Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire, heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed. Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be flames of some sort. My word, are you suggesting that this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
Yes.
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flames could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Unless they were shot at it. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man.
Present it, man. I like how the judge addressed me as man.
Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Crossbow.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Brommy, you're right. A streak of light in the feather looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then, the explosion of the balloon it was.
Intentional. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside.
No.
I've never seen that. Has Vin Zykes ever done that animation where he's like, ah? Has he ever done that? I don't remember him doing that.
Order, counsel. This is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter would have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason for that why it would have been out of the question. It would cause noise.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off the exhibition grounds, it could have caused a real panic.
But with the big explosion there was very big panic anyway, no?
don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute? What are you really saying here? I don't get it. What was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me!
Ah, now I understand. That's what the sinking feeling's all about. Crossbows are not silent. More silent than a gun. But yeah, I agree with you. If it were just like a regular, like, actual, like, bow that was not a crossbow, that'd be silent, or at least pretty silent. Also, I'm going to call you Witchery. Hello. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Huh? I mean, yeah, but...
What did you just hear? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Yeah, the horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Okay, yeah. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. I guess if it was super busy and there's a lot of crowd noise, they probably wouldn't have heard a crossbow going off. Because it's not silent, but it's certainly not that loud. Compared to a gunshot, it's quiet. Bang! Oh no! Amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. Which, did the flaming arrow hit him? Is that what pierced him in the heart? I doubt it. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like they'd noticed the flaming arrow. I think the explanation that the game is trying to give is that because the experiment was going on, like the thing on the bottom left here, or whatever it's called, the transplace, or what, you know what I'm talking about. The thing on the left here, this thing. Since this was going on, everybody's eyes were on that, and they weren't watching the arrow. Or just didn't care. But I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you could, technically, you'd have to be really lucky, but it is possible. I mean, a bunch of people probably saw it and just didn't care. Or they were just distracted. You know, it's just, who knows? Hey, yo, and what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief!
Objection!
Objectione. This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
I have no idea yet. I assume that one of them's a wax figure because we went to a wax museum, but I don't know. We'll see.
If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself.
Wait, how do I do the count voice again?
1, 2, if I may put in a word as a man of magic myself. Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asmund. And having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double.
Ah, yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Asmund must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. Okay. I do like his birds, too. He reminds me of Valent from Ace Attorney 4. I'm going to just reread this so I understand. Okay, yep, Mr. Asmund was there, yep, okay.
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen.
You can't breathe in there.
Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded.
That's true. Also, would he even be able to breathe? I don't know.
No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessary. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Sure, number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mix of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio.
Yeah, Van Dyke, don't you know about the mixture ratio? Everybody knows about the mixture ratio. We all know this.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible.
I see. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception, to make it appear as that instantaneous kinese had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asmund, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Daniel. Ooh, look at this angle. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zykes can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Hold it. Who? Who? Oh no. Oh, don't you do this. Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor, but you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. No, dude, you're being weird right now. You're being weird right now. Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
Albert Harebrain hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Audie Osmond.
Why would you say that? Why? Why'd you stab him?
Yes, it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
That doesn't make sense, dude. We already disproved this. What are you doing? We already disproved that this is not possible.
Order, order, order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine.
What is in that machine that is so precious?
You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank. But what's your proof? Where is it? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. He's got like one of the Infinity Stones in there.
He's like, this is the Soul Stone.
It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me, I can prove it.
Barack!
Obama?
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure that Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protects my creation.
Why is that creation so important to you? Wine. Yummy.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice at this critical juncture. Pray forgive the discourtesy of placing my hollowed ass cheeks upon this glorious bench. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
Me?
and his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession.
Okay.
Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth.
We kind of need that to happen.
However, if you acknowledge the machine as genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder,
ouch,
any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
I have to choose, don't I? What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and to protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. Okay, but there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Yeah. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? It's gonna make me choose. Maybe. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Dude, didn't we literally just go to, like, case 5 and you're like, somehow, I think you, like, in the end of case 5 in the first game, you were like, oh, you know what, Renosuke, you're pretty alright. You're alright. You know what, you surprised me, but you're pretty alright. And now he's just being a wiener again. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escaping here. I have to make a choice. I'm getting 2-4 flashbacks. Justice for all flashbacks right now. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Ooh. Well, it was clearly a conjuring trick, so we have to find the truth. I mean, I don't have another choice. I'd rather not betray him, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, yo? No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. What? What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? The truth. Sibaka? What the frick? Why did that? The Baka's here? Why is Sussy Baka here? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. The Sato Baka! Oh, yo. Hey, yo. Sussy Baka saves the day. But what are you? Hi-ya! What? I'm dead. Ah! My first Sato takedown in 6 months. There'll be a time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate at the task at hand. On the task at hand, which is working out what I have to give up on. But okay, Nico, read the sentence. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrained. Yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Yes, indeed. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. And I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind That is what we must both pursue now. Gone.
So you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barak! Lord Van Sykes. How is Sussy Baka just back? I don't get it. Why is she here? I mean, I love her. Don't get me wrong. I'm very glad she's here. My little Bakling, my little Sussy. But why? I like it. But why? Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Yeah, trust us, Hairbrain. In truth, there's only one thing. Something I've remembered that's... Something I've remembered that's of relevance. Huh? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage.
Man?
A man? A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon.
Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me, to a monocle, rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
Uh-oh. I was gonna say, when are we gonna come up? When is the engineer gonna come up?
What?
He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Is this a pun? Also, I'm scared for what this guy's gonna be.
Enoch Drebber.
Oh, is this a pun?
Enoch Drebber. Does this name mean something?
Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name of any scientist wishes to hear. That man is an abomination. This is a Sherlock Holmes character? Okay.
Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either.
Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's a talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When the magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
The man is both an engineer and a magician.
Wait, and the magician? Yet here we are dealing with unparalleled confidence... an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Hey, yo. Well, who's Enoch Drebber? We should probably get him in here. I like the guy just shuffling cards up there. That's my man. You've heard his theme before? I have not, Ollie. I didn't listen to it. But you're actually wrong.
So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character... Also, I think this is a new song, speaking of music. I don't think I've heard this. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it. I wanted to. I wanted to believe that my machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you are so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, that a work of deception,
And everything I'd worked toward all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over.
He's so cool. He's pretty cool.
I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. And the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Probably, maybe.
When I announced my invention to the crowd that day, it was my finest moment in my career. I pulled all the levers and turned up all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
Also, hi, Jack.
But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
No, you're good, my guy. You're doing great.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention?
Oh, God. I'm dying.
To release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
It's okay, because you're a good boy. You're a science boy, and everybody loves Science Boy.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Sykes. My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Did they seriously just not question him? The guy who worked on the machine, the police just didn't question him? Like, okay, sure.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. As you wish, with pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, we did it. We got past trial day 1. That was surprisingly, I did it. I'm surprised I got that done tonight. 23rd October.
Don't think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he really was constructing? About what he really was constructing?
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
No problem, big guy. I'm here for you.
Sussy Baka. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I had it from you, Runo, so it'd be a surprise.
Get your Mickey Mouse dum-dum McBubblegum slurpy straw ass hair looking ass out of here, girl.
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry.
I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future?
Sussie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, you know what? It is weird that Ryunosuke was completely alone in this trial. There's no one else, like, with him. I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, so, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. So Sato-san was back in London. I didn't think she'd show up until case 4 or 5, but alright. It's hard to describe how happy this made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Eh? What? What's gonna happen? What? Okay. I thought it was gonna be like, Hairbrain got murdered. Yep, he's dead. Like, you just got yoinky sploinky. Investigation day 2 is about to happen. Okay, I'm ready for that, Ollie. But as of right now, this stream is over and I'm going to bed.